Hello, you guys. How are you? I hope you're doing well today. I'm doing okay myself. Have a good day, everyone, especially you, the person that read this. That's so lovely. I hope you guys all read that. That's very nice of you. Also, thank you guys so much for your support. Let me very quickly say thank you so much, Crosis, for resubscribing. Thank you so much for being here for 3 months, but for subscribing for 6 months. I'm not sure how these work. I don't know how to read them. Thank you so much. 7192, or numbers. Thank you so much for being here for 30 months. I appreciate that. And thank you so much, Captain Bombi, for being here for 3 months, or 6. I don't understand these specifically. Also, thank you so much, Runink? Thank you for subscribing with your Prime. Sorry, how do you... I hope I said it right, but thank you, and thank you so much, Lucky 7 Evans. Thank you so much for being here for 7 months, and thank you so much, Large Winner, for being here for 7 months as well. Yo! I wish I could have a Grimmi voiced voicemail. Okay. I might be dead. You called this number hoping to talk to me. I might be dead. You won't know until later. Leave a voicemail. Don't be angry at me. You might be sending a voicemail to someone that was murdered. And if I was murdered, you're gonna be in a lot of trouble. Beep. Okay, yay! Hope you're doing well today. How are you, everyone? Yo! Let me put on my nice, relaxing Silent Hill music. As I always do, but now it has even more of a, like, I don't know, like, feel to it. Let's do it. There we go. Desktop audio, come on by. Also, thank you, Humanity's Grace, for the 200 bits. Thank you. That's very nice of you. How are you? I hope you're doing well. Are we gonna yap about Silent Hill? Yeah, I actually wanted to talk a little bit about that just because I hadn't gotten the opportunity yet. I hadn't gotten the opportunity yet, so... Wait, check DMs real quick? Wait, why? Is something bad happening? Oh, God. Oh yeah! Thank you guys nothing bad happened. Everyone, thank you so much. Yeah, but thank you so much. I thought that I was going to be killed or something. That's not the case. I'm very happy to report that, the makeshift plush, makeshift plush was fully funded. Yay! Thank you so much for not killing me or something. I don't know, like, that was my first thought. Also, hi, Gingy! Please check it out. It has been fully funded, so, if you got one, they will be sent out. I'm very excited about that. Thank you so much for your support. I really like how she looks. I can't wait to take her out in society and, like, take her to little restaurants and have her sit at the table with me and have people go, like, that's concerning. But not say it to my face, just from far away going, like, why? Okay. I don't... okay. Yay! Woo! Yeah. And your Skelter plush arrived an hour ago. That's wonderful! I hope you and Skelter are having a very, very lovely time. Funded so early, too? Yeah! I'm very, very happy about that. They're also gonna let me do a, what's it called? Also, hi, Gaming Bleach, you don't need to do that. No. I was streaming very, abnormally. Thank you so much for gifting 4 subs, but please make sure you're okay. You don't have to do that. Thank you so much for gifting a sub, Gaming Bleach. Thank you so much for gifting 2 subs, Gaming Bleach. Thank you so much for gifting 3 subs, Gaming Bleach. And thank you so much for gifting 4 subs, Gaming Bleach. But that's a lot. Thank you. Just take care of yourself, please. But thank you. That's very kind of you. I'll be ordering one. I hope that you enjoy it. Your cat loves hanging out with Skelter. That's wonderful. He's so round. A round cat and a normal cat. Or every cat's a little bit weird, though, actually. Will we get base Grimmi as well? I'm not sure. I'm gonna be real with you. Let's see. It says no exposed tips. Yeah, I heard about that. A few people have told me that I'll probably be fine, like, with my current outfit since it's, like, mostly covered. But, we'll find out. If I get a warning, then I'll see if I can't get my modeler to, like, do a quick update to the outfit and, like, get it slightly, redesigned. So, it's okay. We'll figure it out if it happens, but it's not the end of the world. I don't mind. The person I work with for my models is very, very, very nice and has very quick turnaround, so it wouldn't be It wouldn't be a huge issue. It is a gigantic issue for most people, though. I'm very, very sorry to anyone going through it. Also, hello, Vesper. How are you? I hope you're doing well. I really appreciate you coming by. Vesper works on Voices of the Void. We could play that maybe too. The new plush is missing the skull. Go to your local graveyard and steal one to complete your necromancer. No. Also, thank you, Bulb. What? Huh? Sipa? What's that? That's very nice of you, though. I appreciate it. Also, what? Why is Discord making noises? That shouldn't be the case. You relax, buddy. You relax, buddy. You relax, buddy. It's all good. It's all good. It's all good. It's all good. There we go. There we go. Discord's no longer screaming at me, but that's very nice of you, Bulb. Please make sure you're taking care of yourself, though. Thank you for your support, but don't die. That zombie hand is literally holding you from getting, yeah, I think the zombie hand is covering up enough, luckily. I almost didn't have it. It was supposed to initially just be like a little belt buckle, but like, there was a miscommunication with me and like the person designing it, and they did amazing, so... And I was like, wait a second, that's so much cooler than I thought it would be, like, whoa! Cause, here. Before we get into what we were talking about, I'll actually show you. This is non-sexual in nature. This is non-sexual in nature. This is non-sexual in nature. My original outfit, actually, has a similar design motif. So the zombie hand actually has an eye on it. And if a hand has an eye on it, it actually is supposed to represent, like, what's it called? Like, the evil eye or something? So, like, if people are praying for your downfall or, like, want to destroy you or, like, sending curses upon you, it's supposed to protect you from that. I don't necessarily believe in that stuff, but, like, I just thought it was such a cool motif to, like, have, like, if you're cursed, like, which... So I thought, like, every outfit should try to have something like that. And it's in the same place, even. Like, I have my little chain from, like, the thing, so I thought it was cute. I thought it was fun, so, you know. Yeah. Also, hello, Canadian Thor. I hope you're doing well. It's interesting. Thank you. I'm very, very happy about it. Like, I was very, very excited to, like, what's the word? Have, like, a similar design motif in that respect. I love when an artist takes your ideas and makes something beyond your imagination. Yeah, for real. Also, thank you so much, Chiquinho, for being here for 3 months. I got my sauce and everything. Oh, that's lovely. I'm so happy you're enjoying your Grimmi Wants to Kill You. I really, really am happy about that. It's been a nightmare, by the way. Oh my god. Sorry, not the sauce stuff. Like, I really love sending it out. I hope that you enjoy it. I really love getting to do that. Also, thank you so much, the Mr. Ho, for being here for 2 months. Thank you. I appreciate that. And, thank you guys again so much for being here. The irony of Twitch banning exposed hips, causing Grimbo to show off her hips is hilarious. No, I'm not looking to, like, tempt the system or get banned. Like, I really did try to just make this outfit because I thought it was cute, so. The new rule applies to... Oh! Ah, okay, I see. So it mostly applies to younger-looking VTubers. Well, I look quite old, actually, I think. Like, I look like I could be anywhere from, like, I don't know, like, an older teen to, like, late 20s, I think. My model is, not, like, super, like, young-looking. It used to be, but, this one actually is so, like, curvaceous because I guess that's a good way of putting it. I initially, like, I went to a modeler that I thought, like, made really sexy ladies, and I was like, I love your stuff. You draw such sexy ladies, and I think they took that as like, oh, they like that sort of thing. They would like that for their model, I believe. Which is, not what I was saying, but I don't know why I chose to compliment that, like, in the time I was, like, requesting them to, like, make a model for me, so... It's kind of on me. Like, I thought that the character was going to continue to look like how it did before, but I'm okay with it. The rules have existed the entire time. They just weren't fully clarified until now. That's really good they're clarifying, at least. That's really good. It's pretty hard to age most VTubers unless they're... Yeah, that's true, that's true. I used to look very small, though. I used to be very petite. The hip rule applies to all VTubers, pretty sure. That's also very fair. Well, I hope I don't get banned, or, like... If I get warned, I'll of course change it. I think that I'm okay, but we'll find out. We'll find out. I love how your model is so not complaining. That's very nice of you. I'm very happy with it too. I'm not a very sexy, like, type person. So You've probably noticed that by now, but, like, I'll ogle ladies a little bit. But I'm not very like, oh goodness, look at my bosom, everyone. Oh goodness, like that obviously isn't how people talk. So why the hips though? Twitch has just been going through it. I think they if you want to know what it isn't because like there's probably people on staff that are like angry. There might be, but like I don't think it's that so much as like credit card companies will get very intense about certain things. They do not like specific stuff, and if they catch wind of things being developed in a certain way, like banks and credit cards will pull their ability out of like being able to like use the website and like buy bits with it and stuff. And I assume they're extremely afraid of their payment processors getting upset with them, which is fair. Like that's also why Tumblr had a hard time. That's why like a lot. I think Pixiv also had a hard time. Like they've been going through it. Another streamer pointed out the reason there's a larger amount of VTubers getting warnings bans because VTubing has gotten a wider scope. People that had no idea that's very true too. Like there's a lot of people that are getting warnings and bans because they're just specifically bigger than most people, so like more eyes are on them and stuff. So it's very possible. Also, thank you so much, Rinnell Ryan. I really appreciate that. Thank you for the 100 bits, by the way. I forgot to say, I think, but thank you very much. There you go. So, yeah, I think it's just mostly that. They want to, like, make sure that, like, they're going to protect their interests in terms of that stuff. Which, I don't know, I hope that they can find a good balance with it, because it's not really... I don't know. Like, everyone's doing this, like, especially at, like, those higher levels, they're doing it, like, for their living, and, like, for everything they're making as a person, and, like, supporting themselves with. So it can be very scary if you don't know what you, like, need to, Stolen Valor or both? It's Stolen Valor. Thank you, Rebby, for the 100. I've never had rabies. I think a few of the mods put that on there. I can't remove it. How's your voice doing? It's very good. I'm glad I took the extra rest day. I feel a lot better. Like a ton better. And also, thank you, Clovis, for being here for 2 months. I've been watching your 16-hour Silent Hill VOD. You were positively punch drunk towards the end of it. I had to stop just because I knew I wasn't, like, gonna be good. I was gonna be so angry by the end. I'm glad I stopped and I'm glad I took some space so I could, like, really enjoy it at the end there. It was very good. Isn't targeting VTubers. VTubers are now being seen. Yeah, unfortunately that comes with a bunch of, more eyes, more reports. The rules have been there the entire time, but what Twitch really needs to do is commission or put out visual guide. That is, yep, that's very true. I think they probably will eventually. They have gotten a lot better at, like, being more transparent with, like, what they're warning people for and stuff like that, so that's very positive. I watched both VODs, gutted, I missed it live. I'm so sorry, I streamed it very late. I found you through YouTube Shorts. Oh, that's very nice of you. Thank you for coming by. Yo! I like YouTube. I should probably stream on Friday. Like, it's a very nice website. Just very different. What was I gonna say, though? Oh! Thank you for your support with Saucy. That has been hell on earth to get worked out. Every time I start to work out something with Saucy, I find out that, like, there's, like, 1 or 2 things wrong, and, like, it's being controlled by, like, the person I used to work with, and then I have to pour, like, a bunch more time and money into it, and it's been very stressful. But seeing that people are enjoying it makes me feel a lot better, seriously. Like, I think right now the payment processor is even down right now, just because I won't get into it, but there was just a lot of stuff mishandled. I really wish I could just go back in time and have done it myself, honestly. It was, it's a little bit silly. It's okay, though. I'm very happy to be able to do what I'm doing, at least. So, once it gets resolved, things will just be lovely and happy and everyone will be enjoying life again. So, I found you a bit of an odd manner, now that I remember. Oh, how did you find me? That's so interesting. But, honestly, I sometimes wonder what would have happened if I had never made contact with, like, that person. I think my life would have gone in a completely different direction, with different people involved, and, like, I would have made different choices. Like, it's crazy to think about now, actually. But, anyways, that sucks. I know what you went through, but I can't imagine the intricacies of it. Oh, it's... Every, like, week I find out something new that makes it so I have to stop everything and try to fix it. But, I think that's life. That's okay. It's okay. Oh, I passed out on some stream when I woke up. You were here. That's very nice of you. I'm glad you like my voice, and I'm glad that you're having a good one. That is indeed life. It certainly is. I'm very excited for when I don't have to, like, just pour money into it and be really stressed out. It'll eventually come. I'm very happy about that. But, I don't know. Like, I don't know. It was bad. And, like, I keep thinking, like, why was that even happening? Like, if all of my projects were mismanaged this much, and, like, I'm paying for it for this long, and, like, pretty much every single project I had, besides maybe, like, one or two, was just, like, dropped or didn't come to fruition, and they just never told me. Like, it was... Oh, I don't know. Managers are supposed to be, like, your employees and stuff, and, like, they're supposed to work for you, but it was a weird situation. Sounds awful. It's okay now. Anyways, yeah, the Grimmi, like normal plush will probably be a little bit far out. Probably a little bit far out. It's okay, though. But yeah, it's okay. I think things are going in a better direction, and I don't want to just harp on people forever. It's just, it sucks when you have to, like, just suddenly go, like, uh-oh, okay, I gotta stop everything, uh-oh, there's a new problem, and you find out about a new one every week. And, oh my god, it just puts you on edge constantly. It was like that for, like, a year and a half, and it still is now, but once everything's worked out, it'll be okay. I just wish I'd done it myself, like that. I had, like, a plan, and I had all of my resources, and I was, like, ready. It's okay. Also, thank you, Clonk, for being here for 16 months. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're doing well. At least it's better than the meth accountant. You'd be surprised. There's actually some worse issues. There's some worse issues that, like, I have a few people trying to resolve, and they just seem completely confused with it, and are just, like... I don't know. It's not something where I'm trying to make the person look bad, but dear God, I have no idea how they messed things up this much, like, trying to, like, figure things out now. I have no idea how this was, like... Because, like, the thing... Oh, my God. It's okay, though. I'm feeling very well. I'm getting through it. Things were, like, a lot worse before, so... Also, I'm so sorry, Space Circles. There might be another Skelter plush release at some point, but not yet, so... I'll ask Makeship if they ever want to, like, do a re-release of him, but it would probably be, like, in a few years or something. I think that's how it usually works. So, it's okay. This woman has a lot of lore. Wait, what? Oh, I don't know this story? Oh, yeah, the person that used to do my taxes, was on meth, and he kept getting arrested. So now I'm fixing my taxes, and it's going well, and I have no idea what he was doing. So it's okay. It's alright. Huh? What? Yeah. To put it in perspective, that person and the person that, like, I was working with caused about equal damage to, like... It's okay, though. My nephew asked about the plush and had to tell him that there's no more. No! I'm so sorry! Your poor little nephew! So, I don't know. It's okay, though! It's a little bit silly. So, should we teach someone a lesson? No. I think the thing is, they did it with, like, a good intention. They just didn't know what they were doing, and they said, I know what I'm doing. This is gonna be so easy. You're gonna make $1 million. It's gonna go so well. And then afterwards, after getting a little space and looking at all of it and, like, showing a few people, they've been like, oh my god. And it's been like, uh-oh, that's not great. Cool. Well, alright, so... They did them. No, the other person. The person that was doing that, I think they're in jail still. Either way. Demon Slayer? I've never watched that. I don't know about samurais. I don't really like the samurai aesthetic. I know that's, like, a mean thing to say. But, like, it's never been something I've really put that into. I don't know why. My brain just isn't really interested in those. I'm sorry. No Skelters appear to be on eBay. I'm glad that you guys enjoyed them so much you don't want to sell your little guys, but that's still nice. Where did you find those guys? They weren't professional company. No. Like, they worked with, like... Well, the first one was someone that worked with, like, my family, and they were just like, you should just use this person, and I was like, I don't know about that. Cause like the person like that was like their dad also scammed them, and I was like, I don't think this is a good idea, but like you listen to your parents and stuff, so it's like, okay, I guess I'll have to do this. Like when you're young, you have no idea, like you don't understand that you can just go like, oh, like my parents are stupid, like with certain stuff, like you have no clue or like reference for that. Like it's not that I don't know, like don't appreciate what they've done for me, but that was definitely not a good thing to do. So also, hello Zenya, how are you? I hope that you're doing very, very well. When you're young, you look to adults for guidance. Exactly, exactly. Raid message, yo! I hope that you had a very, very lovely stream. How are you? We're just talking about our finances and things going in a good direction and stuff. But I'm gonna fix everything over time. I'm very sorry if you got, like, if you were like, I'm gonna get the hot sauce, like, today, and the payment processor was down. I'm looking into alternatives. I just have to do a ton of stuff that turned out to not be correct or linked in a weird way or just totally not even, like, the right thing. So, yay! It's okay, though. What payment processor are you using? I think it's who something, but like it's okay. It's not that the payment processor is bad. It's that it's this whole thing. Like I'll fix it. It's like 3 or 4 steps that were just done extremely incorrectly, and I have no idea how it was working before, and everyone seems really confused. So that's okay. Hi Colt, how are you? Did you play the new Silent Hill remake? I did actually. I hope you enjoyed Mouthwashing. I just played it. Oh, did you finish it? I was gonna talk about, like, things that happened in it. It's okay if you haven't, but I'm letting you know. Oh, I don't know what they were saying, but I hope they're doing well. But, like, you know, you can correct me if you need any help with any— oh, contact you. Thank you, Vesper, that's very nice of you. I'm looking for someone that, like, is, like, a business consultant, because that's what I originally thought, like, the person I was working with was, but now I realize that they were the opposite. They were not qualified in any way, shape, or form to do that, so, I don't know what the horse stuff meant, though. Oh, I think it was— you beat it? Okay, that's lovely. I actually really liked Mouthwashing. I was thinking about it constantly for, like, days. I think the horse stuff was supposed to be, like, I guess just, like, their— well, I should probably say that we're gonna be talking about Silent Hill 2 spoilers and talking about Mouthwashing spoilers. I don't know which one we're gonna talk about first, but, like, the horse bit was a bit— yeah, it was a bit odd. I think it was supposed to be, like, your voice for Anya was fantastic. Oh, that's so nice of you. I think she had a very soft voice and sounded a little concerned the whole time. And distant and, scared. Which I think suited the characters now that I think about it, so, yeah. I do my own taxes, no idea if I do them right. Haven't been audited so far, good for you! There's a lot of BL mouthwashing on Twitter. I thought it was possible that would happen. I didn't know they'd find them so quickly. But, like, I was like, this is— a lot of you just saw, like, that game, so you know how weird that is, but, like, I knew it was gay. Yeah, there you go. What's BL? Oh, it's usually when two fellows like each other very much, but, like, in this case, I think it's when two fellows have the most toxic relationship humanly possible that could ever be conceptualized. A lot of women think it's cool. So, there you go. Zen spotted it a mile away, hell yeah. Essentially, I think it's actually a very interesting dynamic between those guys, though I don't personally— I think it's just too— I think it's just too terrifying. Oh, the industry is so full of— oh, yeah, I think that's what I ran into a bit, yeah. But I'm very sorry, Jay. I hope that you can find some stability there. Yeah, I really just want it to be, like, a safe thing where, like, people can consistently get what they want out of it, like, and have it be something sent to their home. Like, that's my highest, I guess, goal for it. That's it. I think that's pretty much it. Yep. going to head off. Oh, thank you so much again for coming by, you guys. If any of you guys need to head off, that's totally okay. And thank you so much, Zenya. Please go check her out if you guys would like to. It sounds like she's playing some very spooky games. I know you guys appreciate that here, so yay! But experience in management tends to be very nepotism hired. If you need a business lizard, you should honestly train one fresh from college or a trusted other employee into a management role. Yeah, I'm working on it. I've learned a lot these past few years. Like, I think that I've learned that, like, people can say that they have your best interest in mind, and, like, maybe even on some level have your interest in mind, but then not really have the capacity as, like, a professional to really do what they're saying. And it's good to get some, I don't know. I wish I had been much more, well, I guess I was trying to say consistently that I wasn't happy with, like, stuff, but they always just ignored me. So I was gonna say I wish I had, like, talked more about it consistently, but I think I was, like, pretty often. Like, I usually try to be nice, but it was pretty bad. So I don't know. I don't want to just harp on it forever, though. I just hope everyone can be okay someday. I think everyone's going through an incredible amount of, like, stuff. Always. You were for months at a time, yeah! The problem was, like, I don't know, like, in retrospect, they wouldn't take any accountability. I don't mean to just harp on them, like, and I think I can talk about this, because, like, most people, like, are kind of past it. I think most people would be like, what is she saying? But, like, I don't think they took any accountability. Like, I'd say, like, I had this problem, or, like, I don't like that you're doing this, or I don't like that you're doing that. And they'd just be like, well, I'm doing this for this reason, or I'm doing that for this reason. So anytime I tried to communicate with them, they'd just lie, which sucked. Like, I found out that they lied about something very specific, which was like, I don't know, and this is quite, I don't know, this made me concerned, but at the time I was like, this is fine, I guess. Like, I guess they should probably not just air out everything. I hope that they can just relax. Sounds like Jimmy behavior. Jimmy's, like, really intense, though. I just got over a flu, then woke up today from my nightstand to find someone tried to pull... Oh my gosh. 1,500 out of your account? I'm so sorry. Good luck, Vesper. I hope you're alright. It's extremely irresponsible. If you don't want to get heated, you can move on. It's up to you. I guess I can just say, like, I talked to more people, and some of the stuff they told me was just 100%, like, a lie. And, like, they didn't need to, like, at all, like, do that. Like, I would have been fine either way, but, like, I don't know how they did that. Where, like, they were just 100% lying to me. That sucked. Like, I don't know, I really trusted them, but when I asked other people that were, I guess, involved in what they told me, like, they had no reason, and, like, they had no, like, I don't know. It's silly. But anyway, so I'm still having a lot of issues with it, but I do apologize if anyone was looking forward to ordering from it. I'm working on getting it working again, and also cotton sauce is very good. I'm currently waiting for the shipment to come in before I ship it out, but it shouldn't be more than, like, a week or two. And I know it's on pre-order, but I still don't feel happy that, like, you have to wait a few weeks. I know when we first did it, you had to wait, like, a few months, which sucked. I was very nervous about that, so... I'm gonna try to consistently make it a good experience for you guys, so, yeah. Sounds like you just want to have a good rant, but don't want to publicly drag it out. Yeah, exactly. Like, I don't want anyone to feel bad or anything. I was really bummed out about it. Like, I've been, like, stressed about it, just going like, man, I don't think anyone's ever gonna completely know what happened. Like, I think they're probably just telling everyone the opposite of what happened, because that's how they were with me, and, like, they're probably just, I don't know. Which sucks, because I really liked a lot of the people that I got so upset about, because they just told me completely, I don't know, the opposite of what they were doing, and always tried to blame them, and I just feel bad about it, so... I don't know. I hope someday I can get along with, like, a lot more people, in terms of, like, companies and stuff, so... Huh! Was the bones in her hair? You didn't see anything, no. No, they weren't there. Shh, it's a secret. They're passing off the blame to keep up appearances. I think everyone does that to some extent, but it's pretty... Well, actually, no, I don't... I feel extremely bad about everything. Wait, all the time. Like, I don't know. I still think I should have been a lot more careful in, like, stuff like that. Also, hi Peepers, how are you? I say you got this, Grimmi. Thank you. I will say this, the biggest thing is that I found out that, like, all of my friends weren't treated super well, and I don't want to drag them into this, but I felt so much rage and so much anger. I felt so upset. I was, like, ready to, like, go crazy. And for a long time, I just felt crazy. And for a long time, I just felt completely insane. I know they just want to relax and not worry about it, but I think that's how a lot of people feel, so it's okay. Also, thank you, Gail, for being here for 28 months. It's okay. Yay! I think things are gonna get better and better. I appreciate you guys being here, and it's gonna be okay. What's going on? I was just a little bit stressed. Just worried about things and trying to get my business stuff in order, but yes. You know, thank you, Monkey D. Luffy 24. I did enjoy the Silent Hill remake. I'm liking it a lot. That's wonderful. Oh, the prison part's really good. I was gonna say, you've done the right thing with steps you've taken so far from that situation. Hindsight is 20/20. Yeah, so holding on to those what-ifs doesn't really help. Yeah, that's very true. How do I stop this from happening again? Work with that. That's very fair. I think that's a good way to look at it. I'm gonna consistently work hard to do the right thing for others and hopefully do the right thing for even, like, people in those situations, because I think I should have had very intense boundaries and been a little bit more careful and stuff, so that way I don't ever get to the point where I feel that angry again. Which is pretty rare, honestly. Like, it takes a lot, so I'm trying to think about anyone else that, I don't know. Also, thank you so much, the real, Keg. Thank you so much for being here for 2 months. Hello! A saying is, turn a loss into a lesson. Yeah. Also, thank you, Samurai-san Sonosuke. Also, sorry for saying I didn't like samurais. Keep up all the good work always. You're a true legend of legends. That's very nice of you. Amazing. That's very nice of you. Remember to be excellent to each other. I think it's very nice to be excellent to each other. I don't want to, like, be too angry forever. I know I've said that like 5 times, so instead I'll say, Silent Hill 2 was really good. You guys, it was really good. I know that a lot of people had some very negative opinions on it coming out, and I'm not trying to be like, oh my god, look at them, they're wrong, ha 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 ha. Like, I think they had very good reasons to be so nervous about everything happening, because, like, I'll be real with you, I thought it was gonna be very average. I thought it was gonna be very average. Is this a spoiler discussion? It's gonna be for Silent Hill 2. Well, actually, I don't know. Like, Silent Hill 2, I don't know if there's gonna be any spoilers. I feel like everything I liked it was very, very nice. It's a little disappointing about Twitch being so uptight about VTuber fashion, and right around the time, I think I'm gonna be okay, actually. Like, let me see here. In fact, I'll do this for the rest of the stream until we get on a video game. Here, there we go. I think we'll be okay. Let me see here. Yeah. Hello. I hope that, oh, nice. I did rest. I hope you rested too. Silent Hill 2 Remake was a bad adaptation, but I don't get why, since I didn't play the original. A lot of people, I think, have a very specific, takes a lot to make you angry. The Fox engine is perfect for Machinko machines. I think that's something that makes most people angry. Are you okay? Most definitely not. No VTuber is okay. No VTuber is ever okay. Actually, I think no streamer is okay. Actually, now that I think about it, I don't think any person's okay. Be careful. Good luck. Hipster covered Twitch, chat can't monk. Well, I honestly want to see if I'll get a warning, too, so I can respect their system and boundaries and stuff. Like, at this point, I'm just here to play video games. It's fine. It's fine. I'm just gonna relax. I want to show you guys the skull anyways, honestly. I like the skull a lot. Is that wrong? But here's the thing with Silent Hill 2. It's not the same. I think that they could probably have done things very differently if they wanted to make it a 1-for-1. The skull's awesome. Thank you. Also, thank you so much. Sore too. Also, thank you so much for being here for 4 months. You keep up the good work too. Non-sexual in nature indeed. Check the accuracy of pixel measurement. Oh. Decide to try to figure out your model's height based on the plush? I can just tell you, I'm 5'2". I'm 5'2". So I'm 5'2". You don't have to check the plush. I'm just 5'2", so you can take that one to the bank. There you go. But the biggest concerns I saw with Silent Hill 2, like when I looked around Twitter and stuff, was that some people really hated it, but like they couldn't really put into words like what they hated about it. Like, I don't know. I tried to like look at some stuff where people were like really upset, and like most of the time they just sighed loudly and went like, this isn't good, I hate this, and it's like, why though? Like, I want to hear your feelings on it so I can understand it, but like I couldn't really find a lot. The only thing I could find was that people really, really, really didn't like, gosh, who was it? I think Angela's new design and Maria's new design. Like, that's what I saw mostly. Yeah. I'll be honest with you, I think the only one that, like, kind of took me out of it was James, weirdly. Like, I didn't mind, but by the end, like, he looked so different from, like, and this is something really cool, actually, but, at the start of the game, I had no problem with him. But by the end of the game, I was kind of taken out of it because he looked so vastly different. But I found out that, his model actually changes throughout the game, and by the end he looks like he's super tired, so that was part of it. And then I was like, that's very cool, actually. I didn't notice that, so I didn't mind it as much after that. But, also, yeah, some people changed the Silent Hill 2 remake scores on the wiki. That was very strange. It still bugs me some of the monsters had more cake than the sexy lady. I think that was, like, important to, like, James's character, though. Like, his big character flaw, I guess, and I'm not saying it's negative, but his big character flaw was that he, was so repressed, in terms of, like, his inability to be with his wife in that manner, that all of his representations of, like, monsters were very, very voluptuous in nature. Yeah, he liked big hindquarters and could not lie. In fact, I think it goes without saying that, like, he seems to have a very big focus on, like, the hindquarters area. So, yeah. I think that's the biggest thing with James. So, like, oh, love the new outfit, thank you! That's so nice of you! But, like, that's the biggest thing, that he was supposed to have this big character flaw of being too focused on, like, the female, form. And, like, kind of exaggerated in some respects. And I'm not saying that it's negative. James is oh, kinda. Well, the thing is, if you avoid the hanky-panky, your inner demons will have cake, understood. Hi, Bodega! Guys, go check out Bodega! She's a little rat, she's lovely. Pretty much, in this one aspect. I guess this is a spoiler, but, like, James's wife was very sick. So, James's wife was so sick that she couldn't be with him in, like, a physical way, and she was also very intense in, like, a verbal way. Like, she was abusive verbally. It seemed like James was very, like, intense. Like, they were both, like, very much going through it, just because her illness was so intense. So, oh, I gotta show you something about James? Okay. Wait, what? Oh, cool! That's so neat! I'll get to that afterwards, though. But, like, sorry, what was I saying? Oh, but, James was very, very much, like, how do I put it? He was supposed to be, like, a very flawed person that, if you know the big plot twist with Silent Hill 2, it's that the reason that he was so drawn to Silent Hill 2 was that he... so I'm gonna spoil it. I'm gonna spoil it. This is the game. I'm gonna spoil Silent Hill 2. So James murdered his wife the day before or the day of coming to Silent Hill. And that's the big twist. That's the big twist. So, yeah, but, like, the thing is, he had just had her battle with, like, an illness for years, and she was extremely sickly. Yeah, he smothered her with a pillow to death. So, when you see those very, voluptuous, like, depictions of monsters in the world around him, it's kind of like a representation of, like, his guilt, and also, like, feeling very, very, very upset that he did that to his wife, and feeling upset that, like, he looked at her just in, like, a more illicit way, rather than also, like, as a partner, and stuff like that. Spoilers for a 20-year-old game, but it just came out, too. I forgot it was the day before. Yeah. The remake made it explicit Mary was in the car. Yeah, they took a lot of things that were, like, implied, and you could figure it out, like, over time, and they made it more explicit, so... Yes, he was very repressed, but he also felt an incredible amount of guilt for being repressed and for seeing his wife in that manner, but also not respecting her as like a person and like, you know, all this other stuff. Now I feel bad for— No, it's okay. James is a flawed person. He's not a bad person. He was really going through it. I think, like, the thing is, if you get him through all of Silent Hill, and if you do it in such a way, he has an incredible amount of, like, repentance, and, like, he does get better, and, like, he does come to terms with the fact that he did, like, an enormous wrong he can never fix, but he can still go out into the world and, like, try to be a better person, so... he was really frustrated and upset with himself. I can't imagine, like, if you killed, like, someone that was, like, a family member, like, you'd go crazy, so... he's a very tragic character. What's also really interesting is that you see all of the different people throughout the game. Do you plan to play it and get the other endings? The dog ending's still my favorite. The dog ending's super cute in this one. I actually watched them. I watched all of the endings after I was done because I got the one I wanted, and I was very happy. They really shortened the game in the last phases compared to the original, but your VOD really good ending. Yeah. In your VOD, you got the really good ending with both side characters' completions. Yes, I worked really hard to get the good ending. I was so afraid that I was gonna get the bad one. No New Game Plus then? I might play it at some point. Maybe I'll play it on YouTube. The thing is, like, when you go into the Silent Hill game, like, you meet Angela, who, I'm gonna be real with you, I had no problem with her design at all. I'm gonna be real with you, I had no problem with her design at all. I thought she looked fine. She wasn't really a type of character where I was like, she needs to, like, look a certain way. And she always kind of looked like she was in the middle of a mental breakdown, which was the only thing I really cared about being consistent with her character. Like, she looked like she was having a very bad time mentally. So I was happy with their design. Like, I wasn't too frustrated or nervous. They all look more like the voice actors. Okay, I didn't know about that, but that's a-okay. Good ending, bad ending, what about the Grimmi ending? They should make a Grimmi ending, exactly. But yeah, I know that, like, a lot of people were very upset about that. I'm not sure it was people that really, like, I haven't... Okay, this is gonna sound quite mean, and I could be completely wrong. I don't know how many people that liked Silent Hill 2 were, and, like, you know, had played it originally and, like, enjoyed it, were upset about that, because I played that game quite a bit, and when I saw their redesigns, the only one I was upset about was Maria. Like, I thought it worked perfectly for her, like, once I got into the game, but I don't know. There you go, I don't know. The real canon endings for Silent Hill games are the dog ending. Yeah. I like this dog ending, though. Screen fades to black and Voices of the Void launches immediately. I should probably play Voices of the Void. I think the original Angela was a bit more occasionally sadistic than this rendition character-wise. They made her much more sympathetic. I think that was one thing I didn't really like about the game too much. I think they kind of, like, gave Angela just a tiny bit more lines that were sympathetic, but I think she was already extremely sympathetic, and they kind of, like, made it so, like, it was very obvious what happened with her, and it was very obvious what happened with Eddie. And, like, I think in the original, Eddie was very noticeably antagonistic, and, like, you went, like, okay. And you also kind of see, like, a mirror in, like, Eddie and Angela, like, they're both very mentally unstable, and you eventually start to notice as you play, like, they've both murdered someone. In Angela's case, I don't think that, like, I think it was just a little bit more, like, it was very small changes, but it just made it very obvious what she had done and very obvious why she had done it, and I was like, this could have been a little bit less. This could have been taken down, like, one half a peg and it would have been okay, but it wasn't that big of a difference. I don't think anyone's gonna be, like, super pissed off about it. I don't know. Also, thank you, Mr. Frick, for the hydrate and drainage. There we go. There you go. Also, yeah, Angela's design looks younger, but voiced older, if that makes sense, where the original is the opposite. Yeah. Could have been more subtle. Yeah, I think things could have been more subtle in general, but, like, comparing it to, like, other stuff, it's still a very subtle game. A lot of people still won't notice what's happening. Like, I think a lot of people are still just gonna be like, wait, what happened? Because we're kind of silly as a society, and I think they made it for, like, a very big general, like, audience. And before, Silent Hill was just kind of like a very niche game, so it depends. I haven't played either game, but I think it's a remaster. It's supposed to be different. Yeah, a remake, yeah. It's very, very small differences that make it up, and it's a very nice game. I think it's, Also, yes, I did see the new endings they added. I could not believe that they were actually pretty decent. Like, they in no way, shape, or... They didn't feel like they were out of place, is what I should say. Also, hello, Jade. Mouthwash was more subtle and tasteful on these topics. Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing. I think, like, they tried to, like, make Angela's stuff a little bit more pronounced, which felt a little bit weird because it was already very well done. Like, I don't know who had that idea, but, like, it was a little bit like, why did you do this? I very much liked how they expanded Maria, though, even though it was in small ways, so... I think her monologue when she was in prison wasn't as good, though. I will say that. But I think that's just a personal preference thing. So, like, if I don't compare the two, it was very good, so... They did add a new cutscene with her, they added a new cutscene in terms of, like... Yeah, there's a few little nice touches. Hard to top the original, but I think both are very good is the thing. Like, Mouthwashing feels like it trusts the player more to figure out things on their own. Yeah. Although I don't know if I would have picked up on stuff as quickly, though it's a game you can probably play a few times and feel horrible about. Mouthwashing is a game where, like, you could go play it again and, like, understand it more, and you're just like, I'm not gonna do that. Like, when I finished it, I was like, I never want to look at this again. Oh my god. Grimmi is placed on the chopping block and gets French Revolution executed. What did I do to you to make you say that? Why? That's so mean. You're mean. Why would you do that? I don't want that to happen to anyone. I think I've watched 7 Mouthwashing playthroughs now. They're good, right? They're very good. I don't know, it's very nice. Silent Hill 2 Remake is more of a wide net cast than Mouthwashing's narrow net. Yeah. I think also one, it's kind of interesting, because Mouthwashing kind of, like, occupies, like, the, I guess, like, audience and, like, space that Silent Hill 2 did probably when it came out, which is interesting. So, I don't know. I've watched so many streams of Mouthwashing. I have too, I really enjoyed it. Most people consider a remaster to be remaster of graphics, where gameplay, story are the same. A remake is where they remake the entire game. They remade it for sure, although I don't think it was as different as, like, I thought it was gonna be. Also, the 2 new endings, like, they weren't, like, Homecoming's endings. They weren't, like, Downpour's endings. They were, like, Silent Hill 2 endings. They fit perfectly in, like, the lore and stuff like that. Also, thank you so much, Mr. President. Let's see. Sorry, I don't know what you're talking about, the old regular. Good luck. Don't think it, don't say it, I must think it, I must say it. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas to you too. It's pretty far out, though. I feel like a lot of men will pass without understanding the why did they put a lock on the infirmary but not the sleeping quarters. Yeah, honestly. There were quite a few things in Mouthwashing that kind of even went over my head. But, like, it was a pretty intense game. I also feel so bad for Curly. Like, Curly seemed like the nicest person in the world. But I think that game teaches everyone a valuable lesson of, like, if everyone in the world is getting a bad vibe from someone, and they have a lot of bad stuff in their past, like, introducing them to the people around them is only going to make things really bad for the people you care about, which is really sad, honestly. Like, I don't know. It's kind of a bummer in a lot of ways, but, like, what's Mouthwashing? It's a very, very intense horror game with, like, a lot of, like, weird themes in it. To spoil Mouthwashing, it is a game about a violent sociopath, or I guess even psychopath maybe, that is welcomed aboard a ship and starts to commit atrocities. And then when that happens, they betray the only person that would forgive them for anything, and then attempt to destroy their life. Also, hi, Fula Fula. Like, I hope you're doing well. And Mouthwashing is very intense. Feels like a good a good parallel to I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream. Yeah, it's more grounded into earth, but, like, very intense. Curly just has bad taste in friends. I think Curly just saw the best in people. And that's very easy to do, but, like, I think after a certain point you have to, like, just go, like, well, It's okay. You gotta just let it go. And you gotta accept that that person's gonna do what they think is best. And he didn't do that. He was like, they can get better. And they could not get better. They, so, like, they kind of, like, put Curly through, like, the most torturous stuff imaginable a human being could go through, like, mentally and emotionally, so if mouthwashing is too intense for you, try alcohol-free mouthwash. It has less intensity. Yes, that's true, too. So, I don't know. I don't really exactly understand what happened between Curly and Jimmy after the ship crashed and why people, say Jimmy forced him into false penance for his crimes. So the timeline is really distorted because I think it's from the perspective of Jimmy, who's, like, crazy and, like, trying really hard to run away from his guilt. But okay, so the exact timeline is they begin their mission and they find out that they are all going to be fired. It's going to be their last trip, and they're not going to have a job after that. And that really starts everything going in a bad direction. Like, really bad. Jimmy did nothing wrong, how dare you? But also, Curly has lit on one of his friends who was often in prison and doing absurd things, but he thought that he could help him get better and help him be less depressed and help him, like, get better as a human being overall. So he was kind of, like, always pushing him to, like, you know, try new things and kind of go, like, well, you can be a part of, like, my life and do this stuff, it seemed like. Fast forward a little bit, as they're still on the ship, since their ship journey is going to take, like, I think it takes around a year, it's supposed to. It's supposed to take around, I think, over 300 days. Yes, these are mouthwash spoilers. It's supposed to take around 300 days. Jimmy commits an assault against one of the other ship crew members, and it's really bad. It's really bad. So then he goes to Curly, and Curly finds out that this other ship crew person is pregnant also. So once they get to their destination, like, they're going to, not Curly, but, like, the person, their friend that they're dragging with them because they wanted to see them get better after being in prison, they're probably going to go to jail, and they're not going to get released, and they're going to have to take responsibility for their actions. So, yeah, in a world of Jimmy and Curly, monster and passive enabler, be a Swansea, protect Anya and Daisuke of the world. Yeah, exactly. Swansea was very sweet. So, yeah. Yep, early on you were led to believe Curly doomed everyone and Jimmy is trying to fix the problem. Later slowly revealed that it was the other way around. Yes, so what also happens is that at this point, and I'm just going through all of it for anyone that's played the game and doesn't quite understand, or saw people play the game and doesn't quite understand. Was Swansea saving the pod for Daisuke or Anya? I think Anya. Like, I think he was saving the pod for Anya. Curly doesn't seem upset about it when he learns about it. I think Curly was an enabler and really cared about him is the thing, but it was definitely not consensual considering Anya was so freaked out about it. She also seems very scared of him over time, too. I think Curly was just trying really hard to, like, go like, haha, it's okay, like, we really like you, like, it's okay, you're my friend, it's okay, I'm gonna always forgive you. But, like, I really care about Anya, but you're gonna have to take responsibility for this. Because he did seem upset. He was saying, you're gonna go to jail. You're gonna go to jail. We're gonna make sure that you go to jail, essentially. I still really care about you, and I want you to know that I care about you, and I'll always forgive you, but you're going to jail. So then, that's when Jimmy decides that he's going to crash the ship and kill all of them. And he attempts to. And when Curly notices what Jimmy's doing, he runs into the cockpit and attempts to stop that from occurring. And that's when he has a horrific injury and is exposed to, I guess, like, the, like, void of space. And he essentially, like, immediately boils from within, all of his skin is stripped off, his extremities fall off, his eyelid falls off, one of his eyes pops, his lips fall off, like, he has no skin, all of his sinew and muscle is just exposed to the world, and he's in horrific suffering and pain for the rest of their journey. Thank you for the hydrate, Gamora. Appreciate it. And because he doesn't have a tongue anymore, I assume, he can't communicate to the rest of the crew that it was Jimmy that did this to them. Instead, Jimmy, because he is a psychopath or sociopath, that will lie about everything, just decides he's going to tell the opposite of what happened and say, oh yeah, he tried to kill us because he found out we were all fired. And everyone believes him because they have no way of knowing otherwise. And at this point, Anya's the only person that knows that Grimmi is crazy. And Anya's also a very meek person, so she probably also feels like she did something wrong or silly. But she generally just really doesn't like being around him. So, yeah. Also, get some good rest, Belmont. I'm sorry that things are so intense. I hate Grimmi. Yeah, Grimmi's the worst. Grimmi's the absolute worst. Grimmi's a demon, Grimmi's a demon, Grimmi's a demon. So, Grimmi is a psychopath. Sociopath is very different. Yes, Grimmi completely lies about this stuff with, like, their friend. Like, he totally throws them under the bus. Like, I don't know how they can do that. I don't know how they can do that without feeling horrific. And I think he does have some level of guilt, like, based on, like, what's happening throughout the story and what you see. But yeah, he has a full-blown mental breakdown, believing his life was over. Yeah, he was just going to kill all of them because he didn't want people to, like, even say afterwards, like, oh, he did this thing, it was horrible. He was ready to take them all out. So then, he spends the rest of the game essentially torturing Curly, who seemed like a very nice person. Like, I felt quite bad for him because he seemed like a very handsome man. He was doing his best for the crewmates there. Like, he was a very sweet person to everyone and always trying to, like, take accountability and do his best for others. Like, when he found out about the stuff Grimmi had done, he was like, you're gonna go to jail. Like, he wasn't like, oh, that's cool. He was like, well, let's keep you calm. Let's get you ready to go to jail. I don't know. Like, that was very fair. Grimmi processes an ending where they all die. Curly agrees. Yeah, I think, conversation flashback scene, like, it proposes an ending where they all die. Curly agrees. Do they do that? I think Curly was just like, let's calm down here. But I could be misremembering it. Sociopaths at least have the excuse of having trauma at a young age. It destroys their empathy as a survival mechanism. Psychopaths are just born like that. Oh, dang. That's intense. Also, hello, Lucia. I'm glad that you like my outfit. Hello. I'm trying to think about, like... Yeah, the scene with Grimmi and Swansea was probably my favorite. The thing is, though, after Curly's incapacitated, Grimmi's supposed to be the captain because he's supposed to be second in command, which is a huge mistake. Probably, like, something that Curly did just because he was like, Grimmi's really going through it and he really wants this, so I'll just do this. Grimmi was punishing Curly in a major way for that perceived abandonment. Yeah, psychopaths and sociopaths seem very upset when they're abandoned, and then the thing is, they don't go like, that was crappy of me, sorry. Like, it's okay if you, like, go through stuff and you have emotions, even very strong ones, but you need to apologize or at least feel some level of, like, remorse and, like, communicate that you're feeling bad, like, most of the time at least. But no, he was just going for it. Swansea should have been the captain. He probably would have, like, if it had been normal, and, like, I have a feeling... Thank you, YouTube. He probably would have been, like, what's the word? He probably would have been in, like, any other situation, but I think Grimmi was guilting Curly a lot. Grimmi does at one point say, or we could all not survive, and Curly doesn't seem to understand the intensity of what he's suggesting, giving his reaction after the ship starts crashing. I think he also didn't completely comprehend that he was being honest and, like, true, and, like, just actually talking about murdering all of them. Because that's really intense, right? Also, thank you, Dragoon Lord, for subscribing with your Prime. Thank you. It was intense. Curly just couldn't fathom how intense Grimmi really is. Yeah, he was always looking for the good in him. I mean, the thing is, like, Curly didn't even really seem that upset when well, he was probably deeply upset, but he didn't seem that upset when Grimmi was lying about him trying to crash everything. So throughout the story, like, after what I was talking about, Grimmi starts telling everyone it was Curly that tried to crash the plane. He tried to kill all of us. He tried to do all of this. And they were like, that's terrible, that's terrible. And so Grimmi tries to take over and start, like, rationing their food and taking care of people and saying that he's the captain and everyone needs to respect him. And he's very abusive and intense towards Anya. And he's very abusive and intense towards pretty much everyone, but he's just really mean to Anya. So what eventually happens is that things start to deteriorate, and Grimmi keeps saying, like, oh, come on, Anya, you can't even give him his pills, like, he needs to do this and that. And at first you're like, well, Anya's a bad nurse, like, she can't even, like, you know, give this person medicine, but you realize eventually the reason that Grimmi can is because he's a psychopath. He doesn't have any issues, like, watching his friends suffer immensely and torturing him, essentially, because He just doesn't have that in him. Meanwhile, Anya, like, cares so much about Curly that, like, she looks at him and she just feels disgust and, like, sadness and, like, feels terrible about what's happening because that's what a normal person would feel. They would immediately just be like, I should just, like, end this suffering of this person's life because they don't deserve this. This is, someone I care about. And that's the big thing with Jimmy. Like, he never really does anything in that manner. So, as the story progresses, they all start to get more and more stressed out. They find out that they have a big stock of, like, mouthwash that they can use, so a lot of them just start drinking mouthwash to get drunk, which is the name of the game, but it's very miserable. They don't have anything else. They were hoping they could have parts to fix the ship, or pretty much anything, but yeah. That's pretty much it. Okay, so that's why Swansea didn't. He didn't have a background in piloting. Oh. I think things would have deteriorated whoever was captain at that point, but Jimmy made the deterioration everyone else's fault. I think so, but, like, I think if Jimmy weren't on the ship, I think they would have gotten to their destination really depressed. And then they would have gotten new jobs and they would have been fine after having, like, a depressing year. I think they would have been really bummed out, but I think they would have been okay. I think Jimmy being there made it so they were actually on hell on earth, like, not wanting to, like, live anymore and, like, had to go through the worst pain imaginable humans could. But Jimmy didn't seem to really mind, I mean, like, any of that stuff. He just didn't want people to think that he was, like, someone that would, like, take advantage of women, which he was, or someone that would, like, not be, like, fit to be a captain. Like, he really wanted, like, to be a leader and, like, to have, like, I guess the things Curly had, which is kind of sad. He needs Curly to alleviate his conscience. He wishes he could be Curly, yeah, but he's a coward ultimately, yeah. You also see Curly take a lot of accountability and really care about the people around him, even when it's at his expense and he has to have hard conversations with people. And that's the mark of a really good leader, because you aren't going to always be able to, I guess, do right by everyone, and you need to, like, you know, take responsibility, as the game consistently tells you. At one point in the game, Jimmy has beaten up the captain for crashing the ship after giving him painkillers. Oh goodness, was that what it was? So, he was also just beating, Curly. That's pretty rough. That's gross. Anya basically doesn't want to lose the only potential safety net, in Curly on the ship, even deformed, etc. She was a roadblock to keep Jimmy from fully going psycho on her rather than the reality of the situation. That's also very fair. He idolized Curly and wanted to be him, but he could never take his place. I think he also felt very jealous, and, he was also very critical of others without looking at his own stuff, like, and that's a trait I've noticed that will, like, completely destroy your life, regardless of if you're a sociopath or psychopath or not. If you don't consistently back off and, like, just go, like, oh, I guess that person, like, was going through it, and, like, focus on your own stuff, you'll pretty much consistently go crazy because you'll constantly be comparing yourself to others and really hard on yourself. Like, that's something I've noticed. If I could give anyone any advice, it would be to, like, be way nicer to other people and try really hard to understand why they do stuff. Otherwise, you'll go crazy because you'll start to, like, treat yourself much harsher and you're going to be way less likely to actually go out and do things in the world. Comparison is the thief of joy. Yeah, and you're not going to be perfect. Like, of course, like, you're going to mess up sometimes, so I don't know. That's what I've observed, at least. It can also make you way more jealous and way more critical. And if you're jealous, that's going to drive you insane. It's much nicer to just go, that's wonderful that they have something that I would like. I wonder how they did it. I would like to do something similarly, because that's really rad, and I'm happy for them. And then, if Jimmy had come from that perspective, he probably could have eventually been a captain, even if it wasn't with that company. Like, he had someone that was willing to teach him and help him and stuff, so. Also, thank you, Lesia. Thank you so much for subscribing with your Prime. I appreciate it. So, that's the long and the short of it. I don't know, that's just... that's my advice in general, as a human being. Please try to listen to that if you can, but you don't have to. I could be wrong. But yeah, Curly and Anya were the real main characters. I think everything... Like, the thing is, why Jimmy doesn't feel that, like, fair in the story is because he doesn't really have a lot of, like, characteristics besides being the devil. Jimmy is short for James? Oh no! There's two of them! Oh no! Jimmy makes James look like a nice person. In every single ending and stuff. The hard part is if you do bad things over and over because you don't know what good things look like. Oh yeah, not even that bad morally, but not knowing how to WASD and trying to move with holding the right mouse button or something equally weird. Yeah, that's very true. It's very, very, very true. Jimmy really needs a Silent Hill. I don't think Jimmy could overcome his Silent Hill. I think he'd be like Eddie or something. Like, Jimmy was an evil person on every level. His first instinct was to torture someone that, like, worked hard to save him every step of the way. So, and then, like, completely throw him under the bus. I think luckily by the end, people had noticed that Jimmy was evil, because at a certain point after they found this mouthwash, like, in the background, Anya and Swansea, like one of the other like crew members, starts talking, and he eventually seems to find out that Anya's either pregnant or had a very bad experience with Jimmy, because he's like, yeah, I talked to her about a lot. And like then he seems way more aggressive towards Jimmy to the point he wants to murder him. So I think she told him that stuff. And his like final like thing seems to be like she unfortunately passes away. And when she passes away, because Jimmy is just so aggressive towards her and like treats her so negatively that she eventually takes her own life, like after that happens, Swansea goes insane and wants to murder him, which is fair. I think Daisuke was obviously Daisuke was like very nice. Daisuke was completely oblivious though. Like the thing is with Daisuke, like I think also what they were implying was that like Jimmy also exposed him to, like, the void of space. And there was, like, something very small that made it very obvious that Jimmy was a psychopath or sociopath. And, like, it was... And this is told, like, in media res, so you don't really fully understand it at first. But Swansea's like, go and get the antiseptic, we need to save them, we need the antiseptic, or, like, they're gonna, like, get killed. We need the antiseptic right now, go find it. And Jimmy goes and looks for it, but then when you flash back to another scene, you find out that Jimmy used it to knock Swansea out. And there's no antiseptic. He knows that there's nothing they can use to, like, help Daisuke, and he's ultimately responsible for his death, too. So, he eventually just goes and finds Mouthwash, and uses that for himself. But, like, Swansea's like, go find it right now, now, and he acts like he's gonna find it, but he knows it's gone. Swansea's character was so amazing, he's so gruff the entire time, but after he opens up, it becomes so relatable and almost endearing, like a grumpy grandpa instead of cranky old man. Oh yeah, he was a nice person. He told him he used it for the cocktail? I guess he did admit eventually. Why was he running around looking for it then? Interesting. Okay, sorry, I must have missed that. I totally believe you guys, though. This game does not seem like anything I'd want to play. It's quite messed up. At this point, after that, Daisuke is extremely hurt at this point, and he seems to be having similar effects to what happened to, like, Curly. So at this point, Swansea kills Daisuke. So, Jimmy is someone we call an unreliable narrator, so you shouldn't trust everything you've seen from his perspective. That's very true, too. Yeah, like, he seems to have, like, a complete mental breakdown at some points, too. So, yeah. It also had excellent use of Chekhov's gun, with Swansea warning about the structural integrity of the vents, and Anya saying mouthwash has too much sugar to be used as an antiseptic. Yep. It's pretty bad. Also, thank you, I'm glad you like the dress. Yo, please check out this skull. So, like, that's the biggest thing. I felt quite bad after Swansea had to do that, but it shows that Swansea was, like, a very, very, very nice person, because he didn't want Daisuke to go through the suffering that, like, Curly was, even though Jimmy was inflicting all that suffering on Curly. Like, he was just like, well, this is someone that I want to be alive because it comforts me. Meanwhile, Swansea really wanted Daisuke to be alive, but he was like, this person's gonna go through so much pain and hellish, like, torture that, like, I can't possibly justify keeping them alive. That's evil. And then immediately after, he was like, I can't believe you'd do that. You're evil. And, like, Swansea was like, whatever, I don't care. Swansea is the exact opposite of Jimmy in that he is in the real world and taking responsibility all along the way. He really is. He was also saving that pod for Daisuke. He does seem to be. His only thing seems to be that he really cares about Daisuke and Anya and, like, doesn't want them to suffer. And he seems like he cares about Jimmy, too, until he slowly discerns that he's a evil person that was torturing everyone and made everything impossible for them to, like, work together or get anything done. So, yeah. It's games like this that make watching someone play it more impactful than playing it myself. I don't know if I'd just be being old-coded now at 34, just burnt out from having played and listened to so much else, than trying to do it myself just doesn't feel the same. No, that's okay. This was also a very harsh game. Don't be a Jimmy, strive to be a Swansea. I think the thing is, Swansea was very harsh and intense sometimes, but that's what he needed to do to keep people from dying. Like, he tried really hard to keep people out of, like, this one area throughout the game, because he knew if someone went in, they'd immediately kill them. Like, they'd immediately die, and, like, he tried really hard. I see Jimmy as a narcissist who inherently lacks empathy, is able to take accountability for his actions since it doesn't match his inner delusional narrative of seeing himself as a hero. Yeah, even when injuring Daisuke indirectly, he justified it by wanting to save the day and Curly. Yeah, he wanted to save the day and Curly. I think Anya also was... Again, I think she was a flawed character, but I think she cared so much about Curly that she couldn't even bring herself to, like, put him out of his misery in the end. She seemed to really want to. Like, she hid, like, she hid the firearm, which, at this point, Jimmy discovers, and... At this point, Jimmy kills Swansea. Swansea comes at him with an axe after he has to come to terms with Anya being killed by him indirectly, and Daisuke being killed by him indirectly, and Curly being put through unimaginable torture by him indirectly. He goes and tries to kill him with an axe. And that would have been the good ending. And you even get an achievement if, like, you die to him too many times in this weird sequence, where it's the good ending. And it just says you got the good ending. Because if Jimmy dies at any point in time, it's a better ending than what happens. At least Swansea would go back and, like, get a chance to live again, possibly. He'd probably... If the game went in that direction, Swansea would probably just kill Curly, which is what Curly probably wants. And then he would probably just go in the pod and just be like, this is the worst day of my life. This is the worst day of my life. I'll try to make it back to, like, my wife and children. And, like, that would have been the end of it. So, he was obsessed with taking control and fixing everything, proving he's worthy of the captain role, but ultimately succumbed to the pressure of the position. It's really rough, because, like, I feel almost bad for him in some ways, because you need that, like... You need to at some point say, things are very hard for me. I'm having a really rough time here. He could even say, like, you know, I'm having a really rough time for these reasons, or because of these people, or because of this stuff, but instead he just acts like none of it is his fault. You can take accountability while still having issues, he just never does. So, the only decent person on the ship was Daisuke. I think Anya and, like, Swansea were both very nice people. They were flawed, but, like, they were both very nice people. They both struggled with different issues, but I think Anya was very flawed because she couldn't kill Curly. And she probably knew that she was leaving Curly to suffer, like, with Jimmy still, and she probably felt horrible about that, but this is also the only time that Curly cries during the game, when he watches Anya pass away next to him, being unable to move or do anything, and then he sees Jimmy get a gun, which he knows is a bad thing. He knows that things aren't gonna go well. Essentially, Curly sees everyone he cares about besides Jimmy die in front of him because of his mistake of bringing him there. And then, at this point, after killing everyone, Jimmy goes insane. And so, it's very hard to tell what happens after that, but Jimmy has a complete mental breakdown, and we only know for sure that Jimmy kills Swansea, he's killed Daisuke, he's killed Anya, and then he cuts off part of Curly's leg, which is barely there still. Like, he cuts off part of Curly's leg and then tries to feed it to him. And succeeds after forcing it into, like, his mouth, like, a bunch of times. If she killed Curly, she would be the favored victim again. I guess that's true. She probably didn't want to create issues for herself, like, I don't know. But yeah, he cuts off Curly's leg and starts feeding it to him. For some reason, I think he thinks taking care of him, but also he's, like, a crazy person, so... And then at this point, since there's one escape pod, or not really an escape pod, but just it'll prolong your life in case of a medical emergency or an emergency and stuff like that. It would give them 20 years, I think, to, like, find where they are. And it's likely they'd be found based on, like, what I've, like, ascertained throughout the game. He goes and he carries Curly over to it, and then he puts Curly into the cryopod. And then he shoots himself, and then the cryopod goes off. Jimmy's plate was empty but not clean. Yeah, and then Jimmy probably ate some of them too. And the reason I think he did that is because he wanted to feel like a good person. There's all 4 escape pods, which was revealed at the end. Remember, Jimmy is an unreliable narrator. They both get saved. They do? Wait, what? I don't know if Jimmy got saved, did he? It's possible, but like, I thought there was only one, maybe. Cause like, they were all covered in foam. Like, I think the thing is, yeah, he was hallucinating that the ship was a little bit better, maybe. It's very, yeah, Jimmy did shoot himself, like, based on, like, what you hear. And we are, like, looking in from, like, Curly's perspective at that point, so I think it's accurate. It's also possible that there were 2 and Swansea was planning on putting Anya and, like, Daisuke in them. I think the thing is, like, Swansea was really committed to, like, getting, like, the 2 people that were nice people to survive. It's very sad. I would not replay Mouthwashing a small cat, it's very intense. But yeah, like, the thing is, I'm trying to, also thank you so much, 50 Squiggly. I'm sorry for not saying that until now. Thank you so much for being here for 7 months. You see Curly start to, like, freeze up in the pod from his perspective with Jimmy dead outside. Like, you hear the gunshot and you hear the slump. So that's from Curly's perspective, so I think it's pretty accurate. So, and the reason I think he did that was because he didn't want to face the consequences of his actions, and I think he thought that Curly would try to save his reputation. I think best possible scenario, Curly probably could get, like, his limbs restored and, like, his skin back and, like, replacement organs. Like, he's in the far future. And, like, there probably are medical advancements. Like, he probably could all have those things restored, like... But, like, he would still go through unimaginable suffering to get to that point. So... I don't think it would have been good for him. Like, even if he could get, like, his original physical body back fully with, like, medical technology, he would never stop being the person that was tortured, like, with unimaginable pain for, like, 6 months straight and watched everyone around him die because he trusted the wrong person. He would be scarred mentally for the rest of his natural existence. And I do think that's what happened, so... How do we even know if a cryopod is safe for a skinless person? Like, we don't. I think the thing is, like, copium-fueled explanation, Curly crashed out on a tremendous insurance... I think that could be possible, actually, but far. Like, I was thinking about that, like, that company was probably owned by, like, a bigger company. Like, I doubt a bankrupt company would look for them. It's possible. But I think also they probably did have in their contracts that they would have to look for them, so if they had any sort of, like, shell company that, like, they were under, they'd have to, like, go and do that. They also probably had, like, family, like, hey, come on, come on. There's a gym. Okay, there. I think the thing is, like, best case scenario, they find him, because, like, I don't know, maybe a parent or, like, someone that they care about is, like, going insane, saying, where are they, where are they, where are they, where are they, where are they? And they did seem to have the ability to, like, find where they were, because they were on a track. Like, 20 years is a long time. Yeah, exactly. They would probably eventually find them. They would probably eventually find Curly. They would probably go like, what the hell happened here? They would probably start reviewing, like, footage from, like, tapes and stuff. And then they would probably try to, like, get Curly to talk about what happened, and I imagine that they would be completely catatonic for the rest of their natural life, even if they had managed to, like, pry him out of there and, like, restore their, like, physical body. Like, I don't think they'd really be a human at that point. Daisuke came from a well-to-do family, supposedly, so they would at least look for them. Oh yeah, like, I could see them even making another, like, sequel or something. Not a sequel, but, like, another game set in that universe, focusing on other stuff entirely. And I could see in the background, like, them, like, I don't know, talking to, like, a restored, like, Curly on, like, the news station or something, but he'd just be catatonic, because it would be a very interesting, messed up story, but, like, let's see. Not sure how true that is. It's hard to tell. It's very hard to tell. Can't wait for Toothpaste the video game. Yeah. Mentioning it in passing. Yeah, like, I could see that being the case, but... I think even if they restored everything about Curly and he got a giant payout and like he was very healthy, Swansea had 2 kids and a wife, and yeah, I think they probably would find out what happened, and then be like, you need to tell us what happened, and like try to restore his like physical health even just to hear about that. But I don't think Curly would ever recover physically and emotionally and mentally. Like, he'd probably always feel like he was being tortured, like as a phantom pain kind of thing. I think he would always feel like he had just failed the human race. I think he would always feel like regret and like probably in a different contrasting way take responsibility in an intense way that like Jimmy never would have. So, yeah. Curly would make a great Metal Gear character now. I don't think Curly would actually, like, I agree that he would be interesting, but I don't think Curly, like, is a hateful person is the thing. I think throughout all of it, he was trying so hard and, like, had a very good heart. It was very sad. So, yeah. Why am I still here just to suffer? Unironically, like, with how cheap the company is, I doubt Curly would have any health insurance. I think the thing is, like, they would get sued, like, if they had any sort of connection to, like, a shell company, like... Also, the families of, like, those guys would go insane. Like, they would just go completely nuts. So, I think it's very likely that they'd try to, like, do something. I don't think they would kill him on the spot either. Because I think they'd want some sort of thing to just, like, go, like, hey, tell everyone that it's, like, your fault or, like, this person's fault or anything. Just comment on this. We need more to make a case against this other person. So that's what I think realistically would happen. Never trust Jimmy? Yeah, I guess so. So... She's talking about shell company. They're interesting, though. But, in a setting of interplanetary megacorps, employees are expendable. Oh, yeah, they're expendable. I just think that they are expendable in such a way where they wouldn't care that they recover, but they would care that they recover enough to make it so they have less liability in a situation where they could be, like, really, really badly torn apart in some respect. They are bankrupt, but, like... I do think they probably still had other subsidiaries. Is that the case? Like, most companies operate in such a way, so... Jimmy said he'd deal with it, and he did. What more could you want? That's true. Jimmy was just like, alright, good luck out there, boss. I hope you have a good life. I feel so bad for the crew that probably found him, though. And I did also notice one other thing that, made it so I do think that eventually they did find Curly. Like the last achievement, and somehow it's the only achievement I got. I didn't get the achievement for starting the game, or the achievements for finding their IDs. But I got an achievement for finishing the game that's just called Going Home. And I was like, that's not good. I think the most, positive thing that could have come out of that situation is if Curly was just killed, like, in the pod and never found. Like, that would probably be good. So, yeah, there you go. They would also have to find them because the megacorp that needed the delivery is also... Yeah, they would probably be upset about their delivery not getting there, even if it was just mouthwash, so... Yeah, give it 20 years and he probably might. I think they probably found him is the thing. I think he probably had a horrible life. I think he probably couldn't communicate with, like, if he had a wife, he probably couldn't communicate with them anymore. If he had, like, a mom that was alive, he probably couldn't communicate with them anymore, etc., etc. Like, I'd imagine that, like, that they'd try to, like, communicate with him and he would just be completely out, so, yeah. Maybe you didn't get the start achievement. Yeah, I pressed continue, so that's probably why, but, yeah. Helping the lone survivor of a tragic crash would be good PR for a company. That's true, too. Like, it seems insane. After months of torture, Curly was probably borderline catatonic. Yeah, I imagine even if they, like I said, restored his skin, restored, like, his hands and his, like, feet and, like, everything, and, like, gave him a new tongue, and, like, he could communicate with people, he probably wouldn't continue to be a person. I choose to believe it was all a dream and Jimmy and Curly hold hands somewhere. That's what Tumblr and Twitter have been making lately. There have been a lot of people that just want to see those guys go out, and it's very beautiful art, but, like, I don't know. I know that things are bad, though, because people are doing that thing where, like, they draw fan art of, like, all of them being on, like, a TV show, and it's like, look, it's like a TV show, they're in between filming, haha. And it's like, oh, this really hurt you. This really hurt you, oh my god. I feel that, though. Also, thank you. I think short, but this one looks tall. I'm 5'2", that's a pretty, like, average height, I think. So, yeah, like, Metamorphosis, yeah, like the JoJo's manga thing. You know it's bad when it gets to that, oh yeah. some people just want to deny reality by any means. I think so. Like, that's fair in this case. Jimmy feels right at home with all the other Tumblr men. I hate Jimmy. They're a horrible person. I think this also made me feel better about James as a character because I was just like, well, he's not that bad. Like, he seemed to have an incredible amount of guilt and frustration for everything he had done, even in the endings where he's the worst. Also, hello, Jade, how are you? The question is, how will they make it, I don't think you can go and see on Twitter, so there you go. Oh, at least James didn't cut his wife's, leg off. Exactly, and try to feed it to her. And kill all of her friends in front of her. That's pretty bad. But yeah, I think realistically, based on everything, Curly probably survived. I think since they're so far in the future, they probably, like, were able to, like, restore him. But I don't think that was necessarily even, like, a good thing if that's the case. I think that would probably just mean that he never stops being, like, that weird, mushy, skinless creature, like, internally. Even if, like, they try to rebuild him and make him look normal, he's not gonna be a person ever again. He's got cool robot limbs now. Yeah, see, that would be an interesting development for their character, but they would never be human again. They would constantly be just super messed up, because I don't think they would have anything they could do to rewire his brain, like, on the level they'd need to, since brains are so intricate. Like, they probably couldn't do anything to fix him. Like, realistically. I don't know. Like, I think that's something that even far, far in the future they'd have a hard time with without, like, altering someone to the point it wouldn't be them anymore, which they probably should have just killed him. Like, I think that was really, like, the biggest mercy they could have done. Like, Swansea saw that, like, Daisuke was going in that direction, and, like, without hesitation, he just was like, alright, I gotta kill them. They're gonna be suffering immensely, so... Holy crud. Thank you, Anonymous, for gifting a year's worth of subscription to Fridge Draws. They're very, very good at what they draw, by the way. Are those hips? I think they're okay. If I get a warning after this, I will cover them up. I'm sorry. I will cover them up. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That's very nice of you, though, Anonymous. Please have a very nice night. James did one effed up thing in the depths of despair with a lot of understandable context. Jimmy did essay and then tried to evade the consequences of his actions. Yep. I think the thing that upsets me most about Jimmy is that Curly always looked out for him, and all he wanted him to do was take accountability for the people that he hurt that he really cared about. And I understand that. That's a very intense thing. And I think that saying that it was all his fault, like when he knew that he had done a lot of messed up stuff to him, that was truly, truly the most evil thing he could have done. Like, he tried to kill all of them, and then he said this was the person that did everything. We should all hate him. And as they slowly figured it out, he found excuses to kill them. That's just evil. That's just evil. Like, it was just truly, truly evil. So, I'm not sure what part Twitch considers the hips. Well, I really like the skull, so if they tell me to get rid of it, I'll get tights or something that'll, like, work here, but, it's okay. Sounds like a go-getter, indeed, indeed. I'm checking out, this is a bit much for me. Yeah, that's very, very, very fair. Also, we're probably done with mouthwashing. I just wanted to explain how I felt about how everything was at the end. Daisuke was in an even worse situation somehow. Curly's wounds were treated as much as possible and stabilized to some extent. Daisuke's gashing wound was infected with the filthy vent and would have been days of festering right before his lungs. Yeah, he would have had a horrible time. Swansea really cared about him. Like, oh, jeez, it was a rough time. It was a rough time. Don't hide your hips! If Twitch tells me to, I will. If they're okay with it, I won't. That's all I got to do. Do you have any psychological horror recommendations? Really enjoy stuff like Doki Doki Literature Club and Armori, but it's few and far between. I can give you a lot of suggestions. I wouldn't recommend playing Mouthwash, though. I think, there's certain people I think of when it comes to, like, that game, and I just go, they should never play this game. They will go crazy. Like, at first I was like, everyone should play this. Then I was slowly like, this is not a good thing for them. This is not a good thing for most people. Curly got hurt when they had a fully stocked medical bay, then Jimmy kept him alive and depleted their medical supplies. Yeah, that's true too. It was just really messed up. It was Jimmy's fault they didn't have disinfectant. Yeah, it was just really bad. If you like Doki Doki Literature Club, and if you liked Omori, I would recommend Ebe. I would recommend Mad Father. I would recommend Misao. Like, all of those little indie RPG horror games are really good. I would recommend Undertale and Deltarune even in some respects. Like, those are both really fun and have some similarities. What is Doki Doki Literature Club? It's an anime, like, visual novel game. It's pretty cool, though. I think you would like it. So, Blank Dream is good, too, from what I heard. Yeah, like, so... I was so excited for it, but Zem seemed really upset playing Mouthwashing earlier today. It reminded me this isn't for everyone. Yeah, that's the thing. I think if you like horror games and you have a lot of, like, thoughts about the void and, like, humanity and, like, the darkness and good inside of it, it's a good game. And it's still very bleak and very heavy. But if you aren't used to those concepts, it's just gonna kind of be hard to deal with. So, there you are. Yep. Yeah. There's a dozen good free even psychological horror games on Steam now. Oh yeah. RPG Maker has given a lot of people tools to still... Yeah, RPG Maker has a lot of really good ones. Doki Doki Literature Club is a meta dating sim with scary elements. Yeah, it's neat. It's very cool. Also, that it is better just to play it without knowing too much about it. I will say that much. I will say that much. There's also... Let's see. I would recommend not, like... I would not recommend Mouthwashing, though, to most people, but I think it's a very, very good story. Just, it's a very, 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 very dense story. Honestly, feel worse about it after you talked about Curly. I think Curly just experienced the most hellish stuff imaginable, and I could see him, like, because he had a very good design, too, before he lost all of his skin. It was very memorable, he looked very dashing, so I can imagine them just going like, okay, look, we're gonna heal you up, you have to go to court, and him just being catatonic for the rest of his life. Like, that's what I assume would happen. That seems thematically appropriate. So, I don't know, that's just my headcanon of what happens after. Like, the thing is, I was thinking about it, like, this would make it better, right? He wouldn't suffer, and then I was like, no, he would just not be... He would be a lump, so... He would probably just continue to be a lump in any condition he was in. Even if he was fully able to function, like, physically, he would just still be a lump. It's very sad. The Fujoshi seem to love Mouthwashing. Oh, they sure do. They sure do. Like, it's very much a Fujoshi-type game. Like, I think a lot of them would really like that everyone's so tortured in it, and, like, there's so much evil prevalent in it, because it's really neat as a concept, too. Also, thank you, Coyote. That's very nice of you. That's very kind of you. I would say if you'd like to play a psychological horror game, The Evil Within is good. The Evil Within is very good. Like, I really like how that one looked. That one was beautiful. In a very interesting, cool, weird way. Like, that one's very fun. Also, yeah, I found this hand, so now I use it as my belt buckle. I think it's helpful. I saw Scream the first time the other day. Oh, Scream's a good movie. Also, the hips are mostly covered. A few people have said that it's probably okay, and if it's not, then I will readjust it. They're like 99% covered. If I need to, I will readjust it. I think everything's okay for what it needs to be, though, but a few people have said, you're fine, and a few people have said, no, so we'll figure it out. I wonder if I should just wait. Oh, Corpse Party is really good, too. Like, if you guys want to check out Corpse Party, that one's great. Anya is a Fujoshi. It created an internal conflictor for... What? I don't think Anya's a Fujoshi. I think Anya's just a very traumatized poor woman that looks like Shelley Duvall. So, yeah. Wonder if anyone remembers Off? Off was very interesting. I liked it a lot. Also, yeah, Amanda the Adventure, I think, comes out tomorrow. I never watched Scream, but watched Scary Movie parody. Ooh, that's nice. Not from Spy X Family. Not that lady. Different Anya. From Mouthwashing. Too bad the dev went full pervy and the series fell apart by the end? Mouthwashing? What? What happened in Mouthwashing? I don't think that... Huh? The dev did what? Huh? Or do you mean Corpse Party? Oh, Corpse Party. I think you mean Corpse Party. Yeah, it's a Japanese game from like 10 years ago or something. So I honestly don't really... How do I put this? Like, I don't know. I felt... I know this is very heavily politicized, and like I don't want to make anyone feel bad, but I felt very bad because people were being really harsh on the Dragon Quest people that were like saying that they wanted to make their ladies sexier and stuff, and like that they didn't understand some of the stuff that America's very passionate about, like on Twitter and stuff, and they were kind of frustrated. And it caused like a giant problem, and then people that were supposedly fans of the games were being quite angry at them and stuff. Like, it made me really bummed out. Like, I'd kind of rather play stuff that people make for themselves and just really enjoy making rather than like feeling like they have to like appease anyone. Like, even if it's not for me, like I'd rather they do that. It makes me very sad. So, I don't know. Me and one of my best friends were going to binge the Scream movies but watch the first one before he moved. Oh, I'm so sorry. I hope someday you can watch it with them. Directed that. He also worked on movies Tales of Halloween and Satanic Hispanics. What a name! What a name indeed. Holy crud. Dang. That's really cool though. That's amazing. I liked the Scream movie. It was very well done. Satanic. Oh, that's a different one. Satanic. I assumed it was Satanic. A lot of people claim ownership of media and other people make it want to override the creators. It's so weird. Yeah, like, I don't know. Like, I figured couldn't say what the director was being called for Dragon Quest. Well, they showed them 2 pictures, and one was like a lady from the original game when she had like a bikini on, and like, you know, like armor bikini. And then they showed the redesign where she had an armor bikini, but underneath it she had like a tan tank top. And let me put on another song. She had a tan tank top on, and she also had a she had like tan like shorts on underneath it, and it was like this. This feels kind of mean, honestly. I don't know. Like, this just barely makes a difference, but I think they also want to like, I don't know, the ESRB is something that they're probably worried about. So, also thank you so much for subscribing for 7 months. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. None of the Dragon Quest fans who reacted harshly to that video have ever played a single game in the series and have no intent to. I mean, it's possible that some people have played that stuff. It's just, I don't know. The ESRB wouldn't care about that. Apparently they've gotten much more intense in like the recent like years. Because I looked into this and I was like, why is this so... It's not the ESRB, it's the ES... What? What's that? I think it's weird sort of morality policing? Maybe. I think there's a little bit of that stuff, like... I think it's also, like, from, like, both directions a little bit. Like, I think people have, like, gotten really sad in some ways. Like, and I'm not criticizing them going, like, they're so sad, they suck. I mean, like, it's... They seem to, like, really want specific things just because, like, they don't have, like, as much control in their day-to-day lives, and, like, they don't, like... And I think this goes for a lot of people. Like, they don't have as much, like, happiness from, like, things people used to have. Like, since everything's so, like... in its own little space now. Also, yeah, large investors have gotten more demanding. They probably just go like, can you put shorts on them so we can like sell this to like X, Y, and Z market instead? Like parents might not enjoy this and stuff like that, and yeah. Oh, has a means of sabotaging entertainment. Oh wow. But like, I don't know. I noticed that like the stuff with Silent Hill 2 was a little bit politicized, but didn't seem like people had actually played the game, and not in a mean way. Like you're free to have your opinions about anything, and in the same way people like had very strong opinions about the Dragon Quest stuff. So it's kind of like, I don't know, it seems like it's going in a rough direction for everyone, and I feel quite bad for them. I hope that they can just say like, oh, this is silly, but like hopefully it'll calm down eventually. And like I think everyone's doing a really good job at this point of like ignoring the stuff they don't like. Like, that's good at least. They're not buying it. They just have to get to the point where it's not something that's even in their mind or that they care about at all, and then they'll feel a ton better. Activist investment influence has poisoned a lot of industries. Yeah, that's very fair, I think. Like, I think that's also, like, kind of the other way around, too, with, like, certain stuff, where it's like, I wouldn't play this game because they made these changes, and it's like, that's fair. That's okay. You don't have to, and, like, I don't know, it's kind of become like this weird thing. Everything's gotten very polarized. I hope everyone can just go like, I don't care about this at all. Like, this is fine. I'll just move on. Like, these poor fellas and poor ladies and poor everyone and stuff. I don't know. More issue with the... What? On app stores? And I'm like, what's time... Huh, I've never heard of that. They made the green M&M not sexy. Wait, what? That's strange. Thank goodness for indie games like Voices of the Void. Yeah, I think that the one big thing is that, like, indie games are getting a lot more popular, too. And if people focus on making a game really good, I think people will see past, like, all of that stuff anyway. So, when it comes to these large corporations, the politics is a non-issue. They tank their brand images through consistent poor showings. Normies don't pay attention to politics. That's very true, too. Like, I try to talk to, like, people that are outside of, like, the sphere of, like, I guess, like, being on Twitter all the time, and they don't care about anything that anyone cares about related to, like, almost, like, they just don't care even a little bit. Like, they don't care at all, and, like, they're usually, like, way more intense, and, like, they're usually like, why would I care about something like this? This is stupid. Like, they just don't care. Yeah. So, get off of Twitter. Yeah, like, Twitter is not really a good metric for, like, the market or, like, what people like. I think it's just, like, the only metric people have because that's what people are, like, saying to them. Like, that's where people can, like, talk to them and give, like, I guess responses to, like, developers and other people. So, yeah. They're trying to live life rather than being nuts online. Yeah, that's true, I guess. Also, no! Give me good games. There are some good games out there. Mouthwashing and... What's it called? Mouthwashing and Silent Hill 2 were both very, very good. The average person just doesn't have coherent politics. They just go with vibes. I think the average person doesn't have time to have coherent politics. I think they're so busy that, like, when something they're excited about comes out, they're just like, cool. And, like, they don't really pay attention to anything else. They don't read articles. They kind of just see what's on Twitter, like, from the algorithm, and they go, okay. And, like, they just kind of ignore everything that they don't like, which is probably healthy in, like, a lot of ways. Social media in general can be a bit of an echo chamber. Twitter's the ultimate echo chamber. Yeah, I think it's gotten a little bit different, but it's kind of just gotten worse because now it's not so much an echo chamber. It's a place where everyone just argues with each other and no one really changes their mind. No one really goes, oh, I see why you feel that way. Have you considered this? They're all like, you're stupid. You're stupid. You're the reason people die. You're the reason people die. You're the reason everyone's bad. You're the reason everything is bad. You ruin society. And it's like, geez, guys, calm down. I don't think this is gonna happen at all. I don't think this is gonna work. You need to relax. But it's also, they're probably very stressed out. So, that's how it be. Thank you, Scruffys, for being here for 16 months. Yeah, I don't know. When you're terminally unemployed and don't have anything to do and don't have good friendships, you end up obsessed with e-politics. I phased it out after making good online friends. That's really nice, though. That's wonderful. So, I hope everyone can get better, but, like, I've seen people that kind of seem to, like, support the same stuff. A website of Jimmy's? No! I've seen people that support the same stuff, arguing very, very adamantly on different sides, getting very upset, and it's just like, oh, these guys' problems are the same. This isn't good. Uh-oh. So hopefully someday everything will be okay. I believe people are fundamentally good except Jimmy. Yeah, that's very fair. I don't know. Yeah, but that's how we find out about space lasers and weather control devices. Yeah, I forgot about that. I mean, I think weather control would be cool, but, like, I don't think it's very realistic at this point in time. Like, I think that, like, people have good reason to believe that, though. I think they want some control of, like, the world around them and stuff. Like, I think they want to believe that they have, like, some level of, like, impact and things can be stopped and people don't have to be hurt. So, I purposely spread misinformation on 78 alts. There you go. Neonomancer is responsible for the dead internet theory. He's creating a lot of bots. Jimmy is the reason for everything bad in society. Thanks, Jimmy. I'll agree with that, though. I don't know. Control? Oh, yeah. Like, okay, so... Okay, I do believe that, like, there's some level, this is gonna make me sound crazy, so let me finish my thought. There is some level of, like, weather influence, but it's very minute. It's very small. And, like, I've seen people take, like, clips of people from the CIA or government admitting that they can create very, 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 very small influences on the rain by, like, seeding different chemicals into the atmosphere and say, look, they're causing devastating attacks on, like, our freedom and all this other stuff. And it's like, no, they didn't say that. They didn't say that. They said they could make clouds if they wanted to, and they were excited about the future. So, cloud seeding to trigger rain is a thing, yes. Although cloud seeding to trigger, like, a giant atrocity that's unavoidable and, like, stuff like that is not, like, realistic. And not realistic with what people were saying, but I do understand why people were saying it, because, like, it makes you feel like you have some level of, like, you know, control of, like, your reality. If you go, it's just these guys that are bad, things will get better eventually. Like, that must be very freeing. Like, unfortunately, everyone has to, like, probably come together and go, this sucks, uh-oh. Sulfur are boat fuels, which is why it's gotten so much hotter. Oh, wow, I used to keep global warming down. Oh my goodness, sulfuring boat fuels, that's not good. Interesting how they only make hurricanes during hurricane season. I think the thing is, though, it's very fair that people believe this. Someone tracked a P-3 plane repeatedly enter the hurricane, and each time the hurricane shifted its course. Coincidence? I think not. P3? Do you mean the ones that track hurricane pressure? Wait. Okay, wait a second. Because, like, there is things... Persona 3? No! There is something where people have planes fly to hurricanes, and then they measure their pressure, and then they fly out, and then they fly back in, and they're able to consistently have an idea of how strong or weak the hurricane is getting based on that, and they do several flights, and then they have another crew take over, and then they do the same thing. So that could have been responsible for it without them realizing it. So, but I also do think if you're looking for something to, like, confirm biases like that, you would probably just be like, this is very scary, no, which is fair. I've been in those situations before, too. The horseshoe theory. It suggests that people on opposite political or ideological extremes are more similar than people who are more in the middle. That makes sense, so, yeah. I would say I think any human in power is capable with their human limitations can go. There is always people who are able to do what our morals limit us. Everything else is just paranoia and conspiracies. Yeah, I think so. I think, this is gonna sound super messed up, but the reason I don't believe in, like... the reason I don't believe that it's, like, true that, like, there's anything related to, like, you know, HARP weather stuff with, like, the hurricanes and all that is because it wouldn't make a corporation a ton of money. Like, and that sounds super messed up, but, like, that's kind of what it comes down to right now. Like, that's kind of, like, I don't know, you know, what it comes down to. They don't consider it a government weapon. Don't they consider it a government weapon? Like, HARP stuff? Or, like, wait, what? If DARPA were like they had a powerful weather-affecting weapons, they would probably keep that to themselves, at least secret. Yeah, they've admitted that they have a lot of this technology. It's just, like, baby stuff. So that makes me think it's probably not related to that and stuff. I'm certain the government controls storms just to propose ruin Florida 2-3 times a year. No! But, like, the thing is, like, if this were to, like, positively affect, like, a corporation, I think it would be possible. But I don't think it would. Like, I think the thing is, like, it would cause some very bad issues. Everything would be very rough on people, and then they would not have it go in a good direction. So, with this specific stuff, I don't think so. Way to disprove conspiracy theories by asking, does it affect rich people? Yeah, pretty much is the thing. I know that everyone has, like, big, like, you know, opinions on this stuff. Getting enough water for farms. Could see corporations into water farms. Pretty out there. The thing is, like, corporations would probably, like, benefit more from having water, like, pumped in and stuff. Like, where you see people, like, get a lot of, like, water and stuff in, like, I don't know, like, farmland, like California and other places like that. Like, they have water, like, that has to be, like, redistributed to those areas. And, like, that seems to make them a lot of money. Like, just having, like, a hurricane come in, destroy everything, and then everyone has to, like, move back a week later. Like, it seems to just be making everyone miserable. And it seems to be making it so people get, like, even if it's not a lot, they get, like, big payouts from, like, you know, like, altogether, like, it's not a lot in terms of, like, helping everyone rebuild and stuff. It's a very small amount, but yeah. So, I don't know. climate going haywire because they tried to control it too much and now it's backfiring. That's fun. That'd be interesting, but it's possible, but I don't know if it is. Like, oh, Saudi Arabia had bad time with cloud seeding recently, caused floods in the desert. That's quite interesting. I didn't know that. It's possible. Like, I haven't looked into it. You could be totally right, though. Elvis and Kurt Cobain, and they're changing the weather to cover up their meetings with aliens on Silent Hill. That would be cool. I don't know. I think it's quite, I think it's quite fair. We'll see if that destroyed land gets bought up by corporations in the near future. I do think that could be the case with, like, other stuff. Like, I don't know. There's definitely been situations like that in the past, but I think you'd need, like... I don't think it would be a hurricane. I think it would be something else, and then, like... Because, like, I don't know if a hurricane could cause that much structural damage and then not be in a place where more hurricanes would, like, immediately occur. Like, I don't know. I think it's possible. I know that there's, like, a bunch of stuff going on and it's happened in human history and stuff, so I wouldn't put it past people to do that in general, but I just don't think in this one specific area it would be the case. I also have, like, some friends in Florida I'm worried about. I hope that it's all okay. Like, it seems like it's actually probably touching down, like, I think around, like, now is when they're starting to get hit. Like, I haven't really been keeping up on it since we started streaming, now that I think about it. Sorry, everyone. Let me see here. But, anyways, I don't mean to, like, bring this up and then, like, scare the crud out of anyone. I don't want anyone to go, like, just like, oh my god, we're gonna die. Like, if you're not feeling good about it, let me see if I can find anything on it. If you're not feeling good about it, like, it's probably best just to take a step back, relax, and not try to, like, I don't know, go too insane. Like, make sure you're taking care of yourself and, like, your family and everything like that, but also, like, you know, don't have a mental breakdown at this exact moment. Like, pray for the people that you care about. Don't start to lose it. So, government allowed Maui to burn and try to sell off land to rich people on the mainland. Oh, wow. Oprah told people to buy land there? Oh, geez, that's intense. You're not gonna die. You're okay, hopefully. You're gonna be okay. A hurricane will be touching ground later today. We'll hope that everyone's gonna be okay. So, the real unfortunate part of Hurricane Milton is that people who are celebrating it because what? It's hurting people who believe. Oh, I forgot about that. Yeah, I saw that a lot during the California fires, where people were like, people in California are, like, getting their houses destroyed and burning to death. And, like, the thing is, I don't think people realize this, but, like, that was a part of California that was, like, very conservative. So, like, I saw a lot of people that were very conservative being very excited that, like, people in that area were dying. And it was like, but they're the people in California that really, like, you know, conservative politics. And, like, it's kind of messed up. Like, I don't think many people noticed that because they weren't really familiar with that region, but, like, it's probably better to just, you know, not hope that anyone ever gets hurt, ever. But it is kind of crazy that you can support things so intensely but not take the time to realize that it's, I guess, people that you considered on your side that are dying and stuff, so... It's a little bit scary, isn't it? I don't know. My favorite explanation for why conspiracy theories are a thing: people are inherently uncomfortable with the idea a single nobody can do something significant or things just happen. It's much easier to believe that some powerful groups are behind these things, even if they believe those groups are evil. Yeah, I think so too. I think there are evil groups, but I think they're entirely run by the concept of, like, getting more money and power, though. Like, I don't think it's so much as, like, evil or sacrificial stuff. I think it's just money, power, mentally unstable in some cases, but, like, just mostly money and power. Being in California, the fires are nuts, especially when tracing some stuff back are arson, not just mismanagement. Yeah, there's been a lot of, like, cases of arson, too. Like, I get very conspiratorial, too. Like, do not listen to me. 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 This is just, what I think is messed up or interesting. Like, I noticed, like, a lot of, like, food places, like, processing places. Also, thank you so much, D. I appreciate that. Or Di, thank you so much for subscribing with your Prime. Thank you. Here's the thing. I noticed, because, like, I get very obsessive, but, like, a lot of, like, food production plants were suddenly on fire during times where it made no sense, and I noticed there were a lot of fires breaking out for a long time, and they were tracing it back to arson, which makes me think, like, what if this is, like, some new, like, warfare technique we don't even understand? Like, that's what people were doing in the past. Like, they'd send, like, spies and go, like, okay, disrupt things. So I was, like, totally, like, on, like, oh man, what if this were it, for, like, a very long time. And then I went slowly back into, like, I don't have time to worry about this as much as I want to. I don't think it's the CIA is the thing. Like, I don't think that they would do that, because, like, destabilizing stuff, like, on that level wouldn't really benefit them. Like, I don't know. I heard some theories about the fire. See, that's the thing that I think could be very interesting. Spy versus spy. Exactly. Like, there you go. Russia and some North European country are actually in a spy war right now? Oh, really? I had no idea. I hope they're okay. Most of the conspiracy theories just happen to be out in the open and is usually bragged about on investor calls. Yeah. It's pretty intense. Stuff like that, they effed over our sustainability stuff, where now eggs and meat processing was made to cost more money and buy from mainland. Oh gosh, that's intense. I noticed that too around different parts of America. Like, they I don't think it was, like, what's it called? Oh, the meat processing plant and farm fires got traced back to ALF and other vegan terrorism in some places. Did they? Interesting. Because I would have thought it was something related more to, like, insurance policies. Like, that's what I assumed it might have been. Like, insurance policies or destabilizations. My personal conspiracy is that the Gulf of Mexico hurricane started in California wildfires to distract everyone from the fact the Atlanta Falcons blew a 28-3 lead in the 2017 Super Bowl. Whoa, what? I don't know sports, but that sounds really bad. Interesting. Well, you could be right about that. Wait, I'm sure you're being sarcastic, but now I believe you 100%. To get me started on how Cal-Maine Foods fabricated the egg shortage of 2022 to drive prices up. They had to pay out, to another food company for price fixing, but no federal case. I think that's the biggest thing, that, like, this isn't a conspiracy theory. I think that corporations just have a bigger influence on, like, our society now. Like, that's the biggest thing. Also, hello, Asa! How are you doing? Did you have a good stream? We're talking about price fixing related to food, which maybe is insane, actually. How was Voices of the Void? Yo! Yo! Voices of the Void is amazing. Sorry that we're getting so into, like, interesting, weird stuff like this. Eco-terrorists are tools, not reasons? Yeah, I've also noticed that, like, if you look into a lot of, like, eco-related, like, websites and stuff, if you go down enough of a rabbit hole, you eventually find out their funding is related more to, like, people in agriculture or people in oil or people in, like, other stuff. And it seems like a way to, like, in some cases, like the paintings and stuff, like, that were getting defaced. Like, that seemed to be going towards, like, more, like, trying to make eco people look really negative because, like, their funding mostly came from, like, oil companies. Like, it was bad. At least from what I understand. No one should listen to me. This is all satire. Never mind. How was that stream of yours? Sorry. I just started. I'm having fun. I'm glad to hear it. It's such a nice game for, like, cleaning and relaxing, huh? It's very relaxed. I love it, love it, love it. I'm glad you had a good time with it. Guys, please go check her out if you'd like to. I'm sure you would very much enjoy her. She's playing Voices of the Void. A wonderful game. Yes. They had a big influence for over centuries, like the fact that the guy who made modern advertising was the nephew of Sigmund Freud. Oh yeah, I have his books, actually. What's his name again? Bernard? Something Beignets. Oh gosh, I don't even remember his name anymore. He was able to make women smoke to drive up cigarette sales by relating it to feminism. Yeah, they also, what else did he do? He got people in the habit of excessively replacing their clothes for fashion by getting celebrities to wear stuff, and he also got people in the habit, I think, of, like, shaving, so, like, they would have to buy more razors. Like, he did an incredible amount of damage to the human, like, population. It was pretty intense. So, yeah, I don't know. Price fixing is rampant and so many companies were bought out and merged over the last 10 years that much of the market has been consolidated. What I would recommend for our prices increasing as a society is go to cheaper markets, and as other markets start to have less and less sales and start to inevitably suffer the consequences of their actions, they will lower their prices. Edward Berniers, yeah, that was it. He is the modern, I guess, like, propaganda, like, person. Like, he's created most of our society. He actually even created like a way to like make it so people have to accept ideas that they don't believe in, or they'll be shunned by society and treated like lepers, which is really bad. He's an interesting person though, very cool. Like just from a concept of like how much he influenced the world. I thought Grimmi is the voice in the void. I have been in the void this whole time. Let's just make a bunch more of the thing. That should work, right? It's starting to not work as well. So, let's see. Huh? The latter are much older and around effective, vastly cheaper. I agree with you in some respects. It's just that they made it so they were like, we can convince women and like men it's more feminine for like people to shave. And I'm not saying this in like a feminist or like any sort of way. I'm saying this is literally what happened. Like, people started creating propaganda for marketers that were selling razors to start selling them to women as well, saying that these were specifically places that like women needed to start shaving so they could sell more razors. Like, and I'm not saying like, oh, this is terrible. Like, I'm saying like this is legitimately just what happened. Before it wasn't something anyone thought about or cared about. Because they were just like, well, we can sell these to men, but like we need to sell them to a bigger market if we want to make more money. So once they figured that out, they were like, we need to start like pushing for these specifically to be sold to women consistently, and then we'll have an entire new market. We could probably even sell more. And then they really started pushing that, and it paid off for them like crazy, crazy well. So Listerine was really cruddy floor cleaning product with 0 sales? Oh no. That's intense. I use a different mouthwash. Like I use one that's a little bit less intense on my system. Huge part of banking ecosystem was created by Warren Buffett's mother. Wow. And we don't have much people who understand all her work, so if she dies, there'll be some problems discovered. Good luck. Oh gosh. Oh jeez. Believe Dove causes oil spills so they can market their soap with cleaning birds? Maybe. They do like their little birds. They're very cute when they help them. Some social trends were influenced by company profits. Oh yeah, 1,000,000,000%. I mean, we wouldn't have like things where we even like buy clothes. Like I'm in my closet right now. I have like so many. I also stopped like getting taller when I was like 12. So like, but the thing is like, I have so many clothes that I've like amassed during my lifetime. Like before it would be like people had like, I don't know, at most they'd have like 10 shirts, 10 pairs of pants, 10 pairs of underwear. That's it. 10 pairs of socks. That's living in luxury. Like that's more than you'll ever need. Now people have hundreds of clothes. Like I have so many t-shirts now. It's unheard of. It's insane. But like that just didn't used to exist because people would frown upon it and be like, why would you buy like normal like thin t-shirts when you could get like 10 really, really thick ones that'll last you the rest of your life? So you had to get people out of the concept of like buying things that would last them for years and years and into the concept of buying things that would last people like maybe a few years at most, and they would replace with more fashionable garments. So really interesting. I don't know. It's interesting. To be fair, to be honest, if I could just simply shut down every single hair follicle on my body below my nose, I would. Good for you. Also, thank you so much, Cameron, for subscribing with your Prime. Fast fashion stinks. Oh, yeah. Also, yeah, please, Asa, please get some good rest. It was very nice for you to come by. Good luck with your healing shift. Sleep well, sleep well. Also, hello, Hootie, how are you? So what's going on? Can somebody fill me in on what I missed? I don't even know what we're talking about. Maybe aliens are gray and hairless because they accepted how annoying it is to shave? I think aliens are interesting. I think there might be like well, at least some of them might be a product of like psychosis and people like trying to like envision people in a weird way to like cope with some sort of like inevitable trauma. But that's also like not 100% possible. I don't know. One of my friends is really into conspiracy theories, and I don't fully agree or understand his reasoning, but he gave good reasons as to what. Whoa. Oh gosh, it's okay. I won't ban you. I think the thing is, we can talk about this like in a very sensitive way, I think. I think the thing is, like, some people feel very disenfranchised, and instead of seeing like why society is kind of structured in a way where people are really unhappy and like there needs to be like a better distribution of like, I don't know, resources and people surviving and people not being in situations where they feel like they have to harm each other, they instead want to like kind of go and put it towards specific groups of people, which is kind of like a very quick fix and not very realistic. But I think that's how people get very into it. They you can make an argument for anything, and I'm sure that they can find stuff that would make an argument for them. But I think the more realistic way to approach it would be to see why stuff in society kind of sucks. Instead of just going, it must be this specific group of people or these specific groups that are harming everything. It's usually more along the lines of, like, society is structured in such a way that we're all very unhappy, and people look for a quick out. So I understand where your friend is probably coming from. I don't agree with him at all, though. I'm sorry. I'm sure you don't either, but, like, yeah, it's rough. I don't know. I feel quite bad for people that go down that road because they could probably be in a much healthier place if they didn't, but they probably do it for specific reasons, so... Thank you, Small Cat, for the 100 bits! Quick stream recap. Silent Hill's a good game, James is a bad person, but Jimmy is worse. Conspiracy and Economics of America. Yep, pretty much. There you go. There you are. It's those damn VTubers, all their fault! Oh no! There are a lot of spooky and powerful cults that are directly adjacent and related to major religious doctrines. There are a lot of cults too, yeah. And they do have a tremendous amount of power and influence with certain people. Oh, Snoopy, that's so nice of you. I really hope you enjoy it. Honestly, Silent Hill 2 was much better than I expected. So, like, I don't know. Like, it's much better than I expected. And I was very surprised by that. I wasn't expecting it to be as good as it was. I was expecting it to be maybe, like, a third of as good as it was, and I was expecting to kind of be, like, rolling my eyes sometimes and going, like, ugh. But, like, I loved your in-depth recap. That's very nice of you. I tried to make it as fair as possible. I think it's very good. I think there's a few things that I personally liked a lot more in the original, but there are a lot of things they did right in this one, and I think they both excel for different reasons. Are you excited for Delta, or are you going to be more critical? I think it's gonna lose some of its charm in a way that, like, I'm not super happy about, but I think they're also doing an incredible amount of, like, work to make it very fun and interesting. Like, that's the biggest thing. I don't think they're trying to make it bad. I'm really happy that David Hayter's involved in it too. That's so wonderful. Like, I can't even begin to tell you how happy I am about that. David Hayter being involved, beautiful. Doing a one-for-one remake and just adjusting the graphics, like, I think it could go well. Like, I think it'll probably be something that I'm very excited about when it comes on, so, yeah. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Tell me it's for the sound? Oh yeah, he is on board. He's doing his, I mean, they already have his recordings and stuff, so... Cash grab? I think every video game these days is made with the intention to make money, though. That's the thing. Like, if they're doing it well, like, that's okay. Like, they seem to be putting their trust into, like, very good developers. So I'm fine with that. Like, they have released a lot of merch. But also, it is merch that people are happy about, so... Besides the cards from Metal Gear Solid 1, that was stupid. I didn't really like that. I thought that was the stupidest thing I'd ever seen, and I got really angry about it. But other than that, it was fine. Political, social, economic ideologies don't work because they require humans to be perfect, and we can't be perfect, so naturally they fail every time, and we should stop trying to make them work. I think that's fair. Yeah. I think the biggest thing is that you have to accept that people are going to be different than you and come to their understandings because they're different people. And if you try to say, like, why don't they just do this? Like, you'll often want to feel that way, and I think it's okay to feel that way sometimes, but they feel that way probably because they've gone through a completely different life and come to a different set of circumstances, and now they're in that specific situation. And that's what it comes down to, even people like Jimmy and James. So, I don't know if it's a conspiracy, but I learned from many people from the US are used... Oh, yes, USA are used for processed foods. I know there are regulations to prevent getting sick, but I actually believe that they have lived in a homogeneous ambient, like the second they travel, any food makes them sick. Thank you so much for the 100 bits, Restmore. People actually get sick when they visit most countries, like, from what I understand. Like, if you go to a different country and try to just drink tap water, like, you haven't really been, I guess, like, predisposed to those specific types of, like, bacterias and, like, things that are in water, so you tend to get pretty sick if you just go for it. There's a few exceptions to this, like if you go to a place, yeah, your body hasn't acclimated essentially, so when you start to eat like new different types of food and you start to do things like that, like it might be a little bit harder. Unless you're in a very, 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 very clean country, and then even then, like you're probably still gonna have to get used to it. I feel like we need differences, or else we lose the ability to empathize because we stop thinking about others if everything is the same. Oh yeah, oh yeah. I think it's very important to understand that people are going to be different from you and they're going to, like, mess up a lot, but you should still probably try to understand where they're coming from. Because then when you, like, mess up, like, oh, it's not the other way around? Oh no, I've heard people come to America and get sick. Our food sucks. Like, our food is cardboard. Like, a lot of people I know of, like, come here and they're just like, this is gross. Like, we have a lot of garbage and a lot of chemicals in our food. So I've heard about the opposite too. Like, but that's possible. We min-maxed our gut microbiome to digest the new Pizza Hut Epic box with wings. Yeah, like, we do have a lot of plastic and stuff. Happened to me when I visited Europe. I got super sick. Oh. I got sick in Japan when someone gave me a spotted mushroom he found in the roads. That checks out. Oh, yeah, they're gonna modernize it when Snake gets his junk grabbed. He's gonna say, no! No, that's silly, no! Good example is when Europeans first came to America and they killed, like, what was 65% of the population with their bacteria. Oh no, that's intense. No one liked that, Fuzzy. No one liked even considering that. I used to live on a polluted creek and my family's friend would eat the polluted lake crabs. See, that's... But the thing is, they were used to it, so they were totally okay. It's interesting to think about. It's interesting to think about as a concept. Like, we're... I don't know. I'd like to travel, but, like, even just going outside makes me sick. Although I did, I don't know. Digestion illness-related issues may go away when moving outside the US. Lena's a prime example. That's wonderful. I found out that I might have something very negative. And I wanted it to not be true, but let me see if I can find it. It's called... Let me see if I can... It's called, let's see if I can... It's very hard to remember how to spell this. It's called... Oh, how do you even say this? Someone messaged me. Someone messaged me through my business email, and I was like, what is this? And I don't mean that in a negative way at all. I don't mean it in a negative way at all. But they were like, you might have this, Grimmi. I've had this, and it sounds like you have every, like, negative thing associated with it. This might be what you're suffering from. And I was like, that's not true. And then I tried it for, like, 2 days, and I was like, uh-oh. Do not doctor check. No, the thing is, it does seem to be helping me a lot. Like, I don't know if it's this specifically, but, like... There's something called salicylate sensitivity. And I was like, this seems silly. I don't think this is true. I'll try it though, because I feel horrible all the time. And I immediately felt a lot better and I stopped having as many issues. And then I was like, this isn't good at all. But it essentially means you can't eat like 90% of the things that you're eating and it sucks. So it's like a very specific type of, like, I don't even know what it is. Salicylate acid and related chemicals. It can give you skin reactions, breathing issues, digestive problems, like all kinds of stuff like that. There's always cashews. You can't eat cashews. How did you know cashews are okay? Cashews are delicious though. That's a rock fruit thing. It extends to a lot of stuff. Apricots, blackberries, blueberries, boysenberries, cantaloupe, cherries, cranberries, currants, dates, grapes, guavas, longanberries. Those are from like Sweden or something, I think. Let's see. Oranges, pineapples, plums, prunes, raisins, raspberries, red currant, strawberries. What's a sultana? And young berries. And then what's something that's high in them but not extremely high is apples, avocados, cherries, figs, grapes, grapefruit juice, mandarins, mulberries, peaches, tangelos. You could look into it with the doctor to confirm at least. Apparently it's very hard to like get doctors to even help you with this, but it's a dietary thing? Yeah, I've been on, like, different types of diets, and, like... Okay, this is something I didn't know existed. Good to know. Yeah, kinda sucks. It's the kind of thing that encourages eating meat. The thing is, I can't eat meat either. I feel sick. Because I'm not used to digesting it. I can sometimes eat fish, but it's hard. So this is rough. But you can... Moderate amounts of it are from apples, Jonathan... Apples, canned, grapefruit juice... Wait, grapefruit juice is also over there. Oh well, kiwi fruit, lychees, longquat, nectarines, pears, plums, watermelon. It's just... I can just post it in chat. Let's see here. But like, this made me a little bit depressed because I have been feeling better and I was having some kind of rough issues, but now it's like, oh, I feel a lot better. What happened here? So it's okay. Life said no food for Grimmi until she... I'll figure it out. Have you seen a dietitian about this stuff before? I've seen, like, some people for, like, what's it called? Allergies and stuff? It's hard to find someone that could, like, help with this, but I don't know. I've never gotten good results unless I walked into my doctor's office with a pile of research paper and asked for that specific test and a list of why I thought I had it. That might be a good idea, honestly. Because, like, this made me feel so much better so much quicker, and I was like, well, that sucks. Also, I'm glad you like the outfit, Sky. Thank you. Cashews aren't nuts. They're external seeds that grow under, not inside the fruit. Yeah. The reason they're sold without the fruit is that it spoils really quickly. Yeah, cashew apples seem really good, too. Hope you stay better. I'm feeling depressed because I started to feel better. It's hard, though. Like, the thing is, like, I want to eat, like, all of these. I like fruits and vegetables a lot. It's really, I don't know. Ray Pete diet, meat, sugar, no seed oils, and felt great, but it gave me too much energy and turned me into a small child, and I was annoying everyone. Now I just don't consume seed oils. That's really funny and sad. Does honey give you issues? The food list is, like, insane. I'm gonna have to, like, study it and figure it out, but I tried to avoid a lot of stuff, and it made me feel a bit better. Be aware of placebo effect? Even if it's a placebo effect, I'm very happy about it, because I was having some very bad physical issues. I've heard that having someone go with you to a doctor will make you... Yeah. They can be held accountable. I think they also just want to, like, help you more and, like, not look silly. Like, if you have someone with you, it's true. This whole thing is a reason I have distrust for doctors because of stuff like that. Like the Tuskegee experiments, the ADHD med epidemic that tried to do... Oh, yeah. Honestly, I don't think Ritalin and stuff like that is that good for people, like, based on, like, what I've seen with friends, but maybe it works for some people very well. Like, it might keep you functional and stuff. You gotta become a breatharian now! No, I will never! I will never. But, I was on, like, raw food for, like, a very long time, and it did make me feel better, but now I'm realizing I might have just had, like, dietary issues before that. And, like, having, like, a diet that, like, that controlled and, like, that intense probably made it so I avoided a lot of the stuff on this list in the first place. Doctors aren't infallible? Oh yeah, no they are not. So, it sucks though. Eat the sunrise through that. I will not bust it wide for the sun, no! No, no! Doctors have a deep distrust of patients because of how many read something online and suddenly decide they're the perfect example of the condition. That's very true too. What ambiance is playing right now? Well, I'm gonna say 512. This is Silent Hill 2's, Silent Hill 3's save theme. Extended. Also, let's put on this actually. I like this song a lot, but it's a bit intense. Let me put on instead, oh, okay. I guess I have to wait for an ad. When my eye doctor asked why I was on more expensive contacts and sent me on normal ones, which I reacted to as expected, like in 2 days, is not what I remembered. They're humans and not everybody bothers to read history. Yeah. I think, like, they might also be having a long day, look at something and just go like, I don't have time for this, whatever, and then just move on. Like, they're very busy people. They're also probably very overworked now. So, acupuncture is pseudoscience. It works literally, just depends on people. Yeah, I've had acupuncture done too. I don't know if it helped that much, but, like, it does really hurt if you move, which is interesting. It's cool though, like little tiny needles. And even just giving a sugar pill can help people as well if they think it'll do something. Yeah, it's very true. I think it's important to be very careful of what you put in your body in this day and age too. Like, I don't want to scare the crud out of anyone, but, like, my personal concern as someone that's afraid of everything is that eventually there's gonna come a point where they just go like, oh, we found out this is bad for you, and we found out that you're gonna get so sick if you ate this specific thing. Like, that's what happened to a relative of mine. They took, like, a specific medication, and then they developed a very serious illness, and then eventually, like, a bunch of suits started coming out about how that specific, like, medicine they were taking gave people that illness, and they had unfortunately passed away from it. It was very horrible. So now I'm just like, ugh, with, like, a lot of stuff. So I'd say, Oh, also, oh my gosh, Native America, I'm so sorry. They diagnosed you with a disease no one under 80 has, gave you steroids, turned out you were just drinking more caffeine than you were supposed to. Oh my goodness. If you or a loved one has been diagnosed with, yeah, pretty much. Although I don't think anyone was able to ever actually do anything against the company because the person had passed away. It was very sad. Like, I went to a chiropractor once, and after getting a joint pressure gun on my spine, I grew 3 inches and found out I was walking lopsided. Oh, that's nice. I've heard some different things about chiropractors. Some say they're, like, amazing. Some say they're, like, not so much. I heard that, like... I don't know if I trust the weird chiropractor, like, thing where, like, they go to, like, pretty much just, like, beat the crap out of, like, your spine. Hi, Creative Innocence. Thank you for being here for 21 months. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Grimmi's so cool in the dress. Thank you. I appreciate it. Effed up years of your life by trying to tough it out and willpower through my ADHD so I wouldn't be dependent on meds. In retrospect, it was a stupid mistake. Oh yeah. I think the biggest thing that I've come across with, like, ADHD is that it can be kind of controlled if you are, like, very on it and making sure that you have a schedule and, like, a bunch of other stuff, but it's insanely easy to fall off of. Meanwhile, if you have medication, you at least have something to, like, fall back on to get yourself back on that, like, specific, like, schedule. Like, instead of just going, like, I hate my life, I'm gonna stay in bed all day because I'm thinking of 800 things and I need to get up and I'm just gonna, like, do all my work from my phone and it'll take twice as long, but it's fine, like, I'll just do this for a little bit. You can instead, if you're having one of those days, take your medication, get up and begin going through your schedule again. And you might not have to do that every day, but if you do it when you need to and you're having one of those days, you'll be much, much, much better off in the future, as opposed to just doing that every day for, like, 2 months because it's what you get in the habit of. So, yeah. A lot of chiropractors that are just doing the same treatment on everybody is a scam. Yeah, that's very fair too. And you don't want to, like, you know, you don't want to have your spine messed up. Although massages and, like, stretching and stuff are also very healthy for you. Though I'd be very careful, like, in those situations. You should make sure you find a reputable one. I actually had a chiropractor dude rub around my spine and it made my headache go away. Then I realized, oh right, it's connected to my brain. Like, how your foot has a lot of nerves connected to everything in your body. Science is amazing. Oh yeah! Like, if you have, like, back or neck or, like, any sort of pain like that, there you go. If you get, like, just, like, kind of, like, stretch your back, like, try to relax it, like, you'll have a lot of your symptoms of, like, headaches and stuff go away as well. Where a lot of people just be like, you can't do anything. And it's hard to slow down and go... But if you can, and you can keep your back a little straighter and do all that stuff, like, you will start to feel better. It's just a matter of taking your time and doing it little by little, which is hard. Almost impossible. Yeah. Some think that chiropractors don't do anything, don't have any personal experience. Massages are good, just you gotta be careful around the neck. Yeah, there's a lot of, like, positive stuff in that respect. You can press on your sinuses, too. Yeah, that's true. You can through your eyebrows, actually. Like, I've been having a lot of, success actually massaging my sinuses through my eyebrows and stuff. It helps quite a bit. It's really weird. It's kind of fun. Twist your spine 360 and most of your ailments will cease. That's true. I unfortunately have chronic migraines, so I really do need to take something for it most of the time. Oh, I do too. I feel you. I have a lot of, like, eye issues too, and, like, pressure behind them, and, like, pain in, like, my jaw, and pain in, like, my... Like, I'm trying to figure it out slowly but surely. But, like, I'm trying to figure out what's causing them rather than just going, like, oh, I have them, whatever. Like, that, which is also fair if they're just something chronic and you can't do anything about it. That sucks too. Like, oh, you have the opposite problem where you put on stimulants for ADHD since childhood, and the appetite issues have made me, yeah, severely underweight. That's also rough. It might be good to see if, like, maybe they can adjust your dose, or if there's, like, a system or program where, like, you can start to set timers on your phone and just, like, have food ready. Like, I've noticed that if I can, and if I just go, like, I have to eat this entire sandwich, and, like, I just force myself to do that, I can keep on a general, like, okay pace with things. Even if, like, my body's like, oh, I'm so full though, don't do that. Like, just forcing your body to eat the sandwich will, like, help a lot. But it's a hard, like, thing to get into. I've read a lot of osteopathic manipulation papers. Oh, the study design is usually less than impressive. We don't know a lot about the body manipulation because scientists doing the studies aren't that rigorous. Yeah, There's also a lot of stuff where, like, these days, like, and not in a conspiratorial or mean-spirited way, there's also a lot of really wonderful studies. But there are some studies where it's just like, we really wanted a different result here. And we did give you a lot of money. Just saying, we did give you a lot of money. And, like, it would just be so wonderful if you could run the study again and again, and maybe, like, you know, do it a little bit differently right now. Like, we just love you guys so much. And we don't want to have to work with someone else, but we will work with someone else, and we will give them all of our money, and we will never work with you again. So maybe you could just run the study again, and maybe, like, you know, just say that these were inconclusive this first time. Like, maybe, like, downplay what you did. I know you have to publish something, but maybe downplay it. Maybe do another one until they get a result they want, which is bad. I don't know. Yeah. Also, thank you, Restmore, for the 100 bits. Also wanted to thank you for giving your opinions on Silent Hill 2. It's reassuring to know there are people very passionate with horror games. You are sincere. I'm very happy to hear that. I try very hard to make sure that I'm actually being very, genuine with how, like, I'm talking about stuff, because I know people put a tremendous amount of time into it, and I don't ever want to, like, come across as someone that's just disregarding how people made stuff, but also I don't want to just say that it's all perfect. So I'm trying very hard to, like, come from that perspective. Like, I don't want to just be completely positive, super nice, but I also do want to, like, you know, enjoy things. Objective, yeah. I have, like, a very positive outlook on most stuff, but I do think Silent Hill 2 I looked at with a lot of scrutiny, and I did find some things that I wasn't personally a fan of. I don't know if my hips are okay to show, so that's why I'm testing it today. If I get a warning, I will try to work around things. If I don't get a warning, then I will be a-okay looking like this. So we'll see how they feel about it. I want to try to accept their treatment and accept what they have to say to me. So, no disrespect to Twitch. I hope they're okay. I'm not trying to draw attention to my hips in, like, a very provocative way. I really like my skull, and I think it has some other details, so... Like, it's not the only thing going on around there. Like, it's just supposed to be a cute necromancer outfit. If you get a warning, you should try the mostly nude slip side, which is apparently totally fine. Oh, interesting. Interesting. I've heard that it has to be, like, completely matte and not opaque, but, like, hips are already in the TOS, it's not new. It's the bone area they'd be worried about. Oh, okay, cool, perfect. Then it's, like, right below it. Yeah. We'll see what they say, but I think we're gonna be okay. Yeah. But yeah. Too many incentives on groundbreaking positive results, not enough incentives to get people to review already published thesis or publish inconclusive negative results. Yeah. It's also just, I don't know. I think people also tend to, like, look for, like, biases and, like, things, like, when they're aiming for specific... That's why I don't really blame people if, like, they're very upset with Silent Hill. It's because they're looking for things to dislike about it because they went in with, like, the, like, mindset, I really want to dislike this thing, and I think that's very normal and natural for people to do. I really wanted to go into it with the, like, feeling of just, like, I don't want to like this too much, and I don't want to dislike this too much, and I want to honestly say how I feel about it, and I want to, like, you know... I think they did some things that I wasn't personally a fan of, but I think those are, like, more of personal biases for myself, too. Also, hi, Davana, yo! Thank you for the 100 bits! Sleep well. I hope you have a good one. Also, thank you, Crit of Innocence, for the 100 bits. Another cure for... Oh, well, that's good. I've heard that there's quite a few, like, possible cures in development and stuff. That's wonderful. Like, I hope that they can, you know, get to a place where they're able to, like, help people and, like, get them out there to everyone. Very exciting. Very exciting time to be alive. So, I think, like, also thank you, Mr. Frick, for the 100 bits. I think the skull and hand placement should keep criticism at bay. Yes, heck yeah. Okay, cool. Oh, you were being sarcastic. I think it's usually the case where, like, I guess that's, like, a headline, like, every week, but I like to hope that things will get better. If you get a warning, it will confirm that Twitch is run by people... I don't know if they hate VTubers. I think, like, from what I understand, credit card companies might not be very favorable towards VTubers. Like, the thing is, if you look consistently back at stuff, like, there's been a lot of issues where people try to remove stuff because animated characters have, like, used to have more of, like, a gray, like, wiggle room kind of situation, and now they don't want to, like, do that just because some of, like, the stuff they considered ambiguous is now, like, considered, like, illegal or at least heavily frowned upon by the credit card companies because they're trying to cover, like, all of their legal stuff. So it's silly. I don't know. Everything comes down to money, I think. So that's where I'm coming from, at least. Like, when I look at that stuff, like, I go, that's not good. They're Puritan wackos. Well, I think the thing is, like, advertisements and credit card companies are the things that completely control all of our media right now. That's also why I think, like, things kind of suck it a little bit sometimes. Animation is just for kids, pretty much. That's what a lot of them look at it like. Cultural differences, there might also be a little bit of that too. Although, like, I think Pixiv also had, like, their credit card stuff, like, shut down, and, like, you couldn't do commissions through them for quite some time just because they had to go to Safe for Work just because there were things that, like, credit card companies didn't deem, like, appropriate and were afraid of getting in trouble for, so they stopped processing their stuff. Just process the money, dang it. I think they just have, like, you can't use Visa or Discover cards on Pixiv. Yeah, that's what happened. A few credit card companies actually pulled out, and people would do anything to prevent that. So I think they're trying to just regulate that for the most part. Like, if you look into it, I think that's 90% of what Twitch is doing. They're not like, we hate you, we hate you, we hate you. I think they're just like, we really don't want the website to shut down. We've had so many issues. Oh my god, please save us, please save us. Oh my god, please save us, please save us, please save us, help us, help us, help us. So that's probably where they're at right now. Credit card companies got too much power. The thing is, credit card companies also don't want to be shut down in different countries. So it's because MasterCard got held liable for what was bought using the card. Yes, so yeah, that's actually what happened as well. They're now extremely afraid to deal with, like, not safe for work websites and material, specifically because they've had a lot of issues where they're held liable for accidentally producing, like, material that's illegal. So what would happen is Pixiv got very scared that people were producing material that was illegal in different countries, and when that happened, they knew that the credit card companies would pull out because those credit card companies can be held accountable for accepting money for those illegal materials, and when that's the case, they can get sued for it and lose a ton of money. So, and they should be sued for it in some instances. Like, I'm not saying that's a negative. Like, there were some instances where human trafficking was involved, and, like, they would, like, have people sending payments to people through websites, and it was human trafficking for, like, children, like, in their teens and stuff like that, that they would have up on different websites having, like, illicit material that people, yeah, no, this is what happened, like, initially. Like, I looked into it and it was very sad. But there was, like, one big not safe for work website where they found that they were trafficking children and people reporting their children missing, and because the credit card companies were involved in that, they were held legally responsible for that material. So since then, they've been extremely aggressive about making sure that they don't do that ever again, because they don't want to go and get sued for billions of dollars. And they also don't want to have, like, you know, probably the moral stuff of, like, having accidentally supported that type of material. Yep, so that's what happened. It wasn't great. So now, they are now looking at things that are illegal in different countries much more strictly, including stuff that's drawn, because, like, in some countries it is illegal. Not in every country, and I'm not saying, like, oh my god, how could society do that? Like, I'm not having, like, a strong political opinion on this. I'm saying this is why this happens. They go, well, this character looks very young. Are we going to end up in the situation that we were before? Are people going to make a case that this is related to this? Are we going to lose millions and millions of dollars again? And that's why they kind of freak out about it. So, yeah. So, that's pretty much it. They run ads on those demonetized channels? Are you talking about YouTube? I think they run ads on those, and, like, it's a completely separate issue. I don't know as much about YouTube. I just know about the credit card processing stuff and, like, how it got a little bit silly. Also, good night, sleep tight. But, I don't know. I think it's pretty bad. Pixiv isn't involved in human trafficking, no. The thing is, like, it might be considered drawings for, like, a lot of people, but when it comes to, like, legal representation and how some cases have been prosecuted, I think they're very, very hesitant to... And I'm not saying that I approve of this, I'm saying this is what happened with them. They no longer want to, like, approve of that stuff or, like, even have it associated with them just because they don't want a big legal lawsuit. They're playing it safe, yeah. Like, places like Texas and Canada have prosecuted people over that stuff. So they're very afraid that they'll be prosecuted, And not just for like one instance of it, they'll be prosecuted for like hundreds, thousands, maybe even tens of thousands of instances of it. And if that's the case, they would lose so much money. They would have to go through so many lawsuits. They would have to go through so many things. So I think that they look at like a lot of like current stuff and they just go like, never mind. We want you to censor this immediately. We don't want to be involved in this. If you are involved in this, we're going to pull out preemptively because we don't want to get up into that situation again. So that's what happened with Pixiv. That's probably what's happening a bit here with Twitch as well. Like, I'm not saying that they shouldn't be, I don't know, like, trying to, like, protect the creators and stuff and, like, let them, like, have hips and stuff. Like, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that's probably what's happening at this point. Just operate from Russia? Well, the thing is, like, it's credit card processors from all over the world. Like, they're liable in different places, so, like, they want to be completely covered in every instance. Grimmi's been going through so many different topics: Silent Hill 2, mouthwash, government controlling weather, conspiracy theories, California fires, health food stuff, Twitch guidelines, credit card companies, human trafficking, corn. Yeah. Discussion about medical stuff has me remembering to reevaluate my own medical needs. Oh, that's wonderful. Please do. I think you should absolutely do that. You should approach your problems from different perspectives and get a lot of what's the word? Get a lot of feedback if you can, and see what different doctors will prescribe and, like, you know, talk to you about, like, in terms of just everything, because it might take a very long time for you to get to a place where you're healthy and, like, doing well. VTubers are not medical advice. Yeah, I would say that's what I'm essentially saying. Do not take my word for anything. VTubers are dumb. Normal Grimmi stream Tuesday. Yeah. Ultimately, you recognize the drawing as something, as looking like something. You give it meaning, or it won't. Well, that's the thing. I don't necessarily think that, like, people should be prosecuted very intensely over drawings as opposed to, like, things that, like, actually, like, seriously hurt people. But credit card companies know that they can get sued for it. So they're gonna look at it as just as intense, and they're gonna look at it on the same level, no matter what, because that's something that could negatively affect all of their profits and shut them down on, like, a worldwide level. So please keep in mind that they're probably looking at stuff in that regard. Like, I don't really know that much about it in terms of, like, stuff other than that, but I do know that that was, like, a big conflicting thing where they started to look at everything very negatively. We're too big to fail. I think they're looking at it as, like, we could fail at any time. We had no idea this could happen to us once they did start getting sued for stuff. So, it's public perception, too. It's possible, but I think it's more that they just had such a bad time with, like, all of the, like, other stuff that they're just like, we're never going to take these risks again, ever. We know that people have been prosecuted. If this happens overnight where people are prosecuted more in those specific regions or in other regions, we're just done for, and we don't want to be a part of that. So, like, public perception rapidly leads to lawsuits. It's very possible. Like, I think maybe that they're just, like, I think they're afraid of, like, times changing and for people to get, like, more upset about that stuff, which it does seem to be the case, so they're kind of in a situation where they have to play it safe in that regard. And I think that's the biggest reason everyone's being so aggressive about it. Like, no other reason. Like, the thing is, like, if they could make money off of something and not have to worry about it, they would, but they're very afraid of things becoming illegal, and then they are on the hook for, like, billions of dollars, so I understand. Wondering why Twitch felt it necessary to specify why VTuber hips should be covered? I think it's because people see animated characters as appealing to children, and I think they could also see, like, okay, well, maybe these characters won't look like they're adults, like if they're chibi models or something like that, or if they're very cutesy, or if they're petite, or if they're depicting child characters. Like, so they probably felt way more stressed to do that, as opposed to, like, a streamer that is going to 100%, without a doubt, be an adult. So, that's the only thing I can think of. That's pretty much it. The West has a weird complex about animated characters. Yeah, they do. And I think the biggest thing is, like, if there hadn't been lawsuits already, they would have been more okay with it, but unfortunately there's been a lot of lawsuits, so no one's willing to take that risk at all anymore. Like, I think Canada, I think Texas, I think a few other places, because I tried to look into this a bit, because I was confused about it, but those are the places where they're just like, okay, this has been prosecuted, we cannot let this go in a specific direction. If this is prosecuted, that means we need to be extremely safe about this. I honestly think, like, let's see here. I honestly think after a certain point, like if VTubing continues to grow as it has been, there's gonna be a lot more pushback in terms of like the characters that look younger too. Like that's what I'm very worried about. Grimmy streams be like, play silly horror games, talk about the economy. Yeah. So like, I get from this that some people have such low IQ count the fact they remember to actually keep breathing is a miracle. I don't think it's like a low IQ count. I think it's just people are raised in like a different way and they have different ideas of like what the world is like, and then we have very strong opinions about stuff. They have very strong opinions about stuff. I don't know the issues of the people that are like going on and stuff, so I can't really make any definitive like, this person sucks for these reasons, they're ruining things. Like, I can just kind of say, like, this is probably what's happened based on, like, what's been going on for years, so. Or Twitch hates VTubers. It's possible. It could be also a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. I think it's mostly based off of the other stuff. Economy is a silly game being played by the rich, which is still making our lives a horror. Yeah, so technically still a silly war game. Yeah! Oh wait, thank you for getting what you were sent before. Oh no, are you talking about your friend and stuff? It's a-okay, don't worry about it. It's a-okay. I don't know. Twitch hates anything that makes them less money, so basically it's public perception plus legality. Yeah, I think so. Like, I actually went through like a really, like, kind of... You know me, like, I'm not a very, like, ooh la la person, but like, I had a big problem with, like, when I was, like, in that previous company, like, I did feel very bad being very, like, having a petite model and, like, looking very cutesy. Like, I was not treated, like, the best compared to other people that had, like, ooh la la models, and, like, it was kind of, like, it was kind of depressing for me. And, I don't know, I think it must be very hard for people, especially, like, if they're in, like, positions where they have those types of models and that type of branding, and, like, people can be very negative towards them. I remember there were stuff where people were even, like, posting on, like, Twitter and a bunch of other places, like, people I, like, considered friends were just, like, being very weird about it and going, like, most of the people that have these types of models are absolutely, like, gonna be, like, child predators, and I was like, do they know me, though? Like, they think that about me? Like, that's horrible. So, I don't know, it was pretty rough. Like, there's always gonna be up and down sections of life like that, but I will admit that people probably feel very negative. Wait, you mean when you had the previous model? Yeah, like, when I had the one that looked, like, more childish and, like, girly and petite. Like, and I had that because I really liked those types of characters, and I didn't really talk about, like, you know, very intense ooh la la stuff. Like, it would... you can tell my personality at this point, so, yeah, I don't know. The perception that all VTubers are men in their 40s with voice changers is still the dominant viewpoint. That's kind of interesting, though. I like that. Yeah. Sorry to hear that. No, it's okay. I actually, like... I don't know, and I will say that, like, the corporation that I was, like, hanging out with before, like, they did... I don't know, they weren't perfect, but they did accept, like, when I was like, hey, like, they were just like, maybe we should, like, not, like, do your dockies and stuff, and, like, I tried to make them as, like, least, you know, like, ooh la la as possible, and they were like, maybe we shouldn't do these, like, and I was like, hey, like, if you don't want me to be in this company, like, I'll leave. Like, why do you like your job? Like, VTubing? Because I don't go outside, and I like playing video games, and talking to people here doesn't raise my anxiety to the, like, mortifying levels it is every day when I go outside, so it's awesome. I love this more than anything in the world, so, yeah. But yeah, cute and funny, that's very nice of you. I just, yeah, I don't know, it was a little bit rough. I remember feeling very bad about it, just like, no, please make these, and they were like, oh, okay. We'll do that. Like, they did feel a bit bad about it, it seemed like, but they also didn't, like, seem to feature me much in, like, the marketing material and, like, stuff like that until, like, I changed. So I feel quite bad about that. I feel like that's probably gonna get much more intense for people. Like, I feel like people that have, like, more petite models are gonna be under more and more scrutiny. Like, it's gonna be kind of rough. I hope that they're okay. Like, I feel like people should definitely support them and try to be kind to them, because it's gonna be something that's gonna be probably a bigger issue as VTubing continues to grow. And, like, people are probably gonna, like, make it a bigger thing over time. That's what I imagine. As things get bigger, people are gonna go, like, I don't like this specific thing, and, like, you know, bring their own stuff into it, so... I could be wrong. It's okay. There you go. Also, yeah, I was very scared when I started this actually, doll, but now I'm a little better. I feel a lot less scared. Most VTubers are AI at this point. That'd be cool. I wanna do that. I wanna have an AI I can talk to. Shondo seems perfectly fine. That's true too. Shondo. She seems very happy. We should ignore those people? I guess so. Like, the thing is, it's gonna, like, probably... I'm very worried about people, like, I don't know. This is all silliness. I don't need to share my thoughts on all of it. But, like, I feel like... as, like, characters like Gura become more big, like, if they push more and more into the American market, they're gonna be under heavier and heavier scrutiny, which is probably gonna be very hard for them. Like, that's the thing I've been most worried about, like, because that's a very hard situation to be in, where that's, like, tied to you as a person, and, like, you have no, like, real escape from it, and, like, it's something that people obviously really like, and it's very cute, and I really like her design, too. So, yeah, I don't know. Like, it's gotta be a very intense situation. It is what it is, but it is rough. It is a little bit rough, but I hope people can keep being kind to her. It's okay. Also, yeah, there are a lot of very cute girl characters, so I'm very happy for them. I hope that they can be treated well. I know that, like, when I was, like, more petite, people treated me a little bit worse. Some people were very nice, not everyone. Some people were incredibly sweet. It's just, some people get silly over that, so... Gura at the Dodgers game was the best thing I ever saw. Yeah, it was very sweet, it seemed like. Yeah, they're topping massively and people don't like that. Yeah, that's also true. So, I'm sure it'll be okay. I'm not sure how much people can gatekeep stuff once it gets really big, though, but I think you probably should not worry about it too much. The day where most people distinguish reality from fiction would be nice. I'm not sure that's gonna, come about too soon. Like, the thing is, like... I don't know. I think it's also rough that there's, like, people that are giving, like, other people a really negative, like, bad image and stuff. Like the Mr. Beast person that was, like, I don't know, seemed to have, like, stuff towards, like, a lot of... I won't go into that. They seemed insane. I'm not 100% sure what went on there, but that seemed to color people's opinions very negatively, and it probably will for a very long time. So, yeah. He is angry at his fans trying to tell people he just made Iron Mouse overtook him. It's insane the streamer's trying to calm people down at this level. I think it's like sports, though, too. People are probably looking at it like sports. It's like, yeah, VTubers, or yeah, Kai-sen! And, like, meanwhile, I think, like... I don't know, like, Iron Mouse and Kai-sen probably are both professionals to be at that level of, like, I don't know, their careers and, like, working that hard for that long and, like, putting all of their time into it, so they both probably feel similarly, like, that's cool, yay, let's work hard. So I can't imagine that they, like, dislike each other and stuff. I think they just like being like, I'm gonna support the person I like, and everyone else is like, I'm gonna support the person I like, yeah, get him, get him, get him, get him, get him, get him! Anyway, isn't it Kai-sen? Is it different? Wait, how do you say it? I don't know. Oh, Kai-senti? Kai-sen. Senat. Kai-senat. Senat, sorry! I don't know, I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to be rude. It's okay. Kai-senati. Kai-senati. Thank you. I will remember this. There you are. Okay, there you are. It's okay, it's okay. I figure when you get large enough, you have to meticulously, you hardly have time to meticulously cause beef. I think so. Like, the thing is, I think most people just want to, like, live their own life and have a good time doing what they want to, and they don't really dislike anyone else, so... Yeah. There's viewers who made their entire personality to hate on anything anime. Yeah, I think that's, like, fair. They probably see it as, like, different and, like, not something they've been exposed to, so... I think it's something where they just don't have any reference for it, so they, like, look at something like this and just go, like, whoa, gross, where is this? This is so weird, ew, 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 like, and, like, that's fine, like, I don't know, like, I think the thing is we also have to just accept that there's gonna be people that aren't really used to, like, the things that you do in life, and it's usually good to just go like, well, maybe they'll come around, and if they don't, that's okay for them too. They'll probably do what makes them happiest, or they'll do what makes them the most miserable, but either way, it's nothing you have to worry about specifically. Grimmi, don't jump for the beef. I jump for the chicken. You don't need to worry. I appreciate it. We will protect you in all your beefs. That's very nice of you. I hope to not be in any beefs, though. Like, I don't know. Maybe they hate ladies? It's possible, but, like, it might just be that they've... I don't know, maybe they haven't had good experience with ladies. Maybe it's been, like, a hard life for them. Maybe ladies haven't really hung out with them. Maybe they don't have any frame of reference for, like, ladies being polite to them, so... I hope that they're okay if that's the case. So... yeah. Is she ending? I destroyed? No, I've just been talking for 3 hours. Whoops. I didn't mean to do that. Oh, no. Oh, well. Oh, well. It does make me happy to hear Grimmi enjoying her time streaming. Oh, yeah, of course. I'm very happy here. I'm proud of the community for being kind as well. Yeah, I'm happy you guys are mostly kind, too. It feels good vibe to think about. Yeah, I hope that we can all continue to be decent to each other, and I think instead of just being like, these guys suck for their fans, or these guys suck for these reasons, they'll be okay. Everyone will probably get along at some point. It's just a matter of everyone slowly getting used to each other little by little. So, I think there are probably going to be some hiccups along the way, but everyone will be okay ultimately. Hopefully, at least. I don't know. I think that's how I feel about it. I don't know what game we're gonna play today. Like, it's already been 3 hours. I don't know how this happened. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Very optimistic of you? Well, I mean, that's what usually happens. People freak out, and then they calm down. 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 It's always been like that. You can replay Redefined Self. I could do that. I thought it was fine, though. I don't know if I need to return to it. Very good yap is what it is. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Seeing people like Grimmi who are struggling in ways I can relate to but are succeeding despite those struggles. Yeah, if you're afraid, keep going. Those struggles don't have to be a big source of anger. Yeah, I would recommend not, I don't know. I hung out, like, with and this isn't a criticism of them, but, like, because I was like this for a long time too, but, like, I hung out with someone and they just started, like, making fun of, like, someone that was doing something. Like, they were, like, watching a video, and, like, everyone was watching it with them, and, like, they started making fun of someone and going, like, oh, the audience hates it, and, like, this and this and this and that, and I was like, this isn't nice. But, like, I also know that person's very, like, not willing to put themselves out there with stuff, so... I think it comes down to, like, people... Like, if you aren't really doing stuff that you like yourself, and, like, you criticize others a lot, like, you tend to be way more intense, and, like, you tend to be way more, like, well, this is just stupid, but then you don't actually, like, give yourself a chance either, because you're always afraid of that person in your brain just going, like, well, this is stupid, no, what if they think this, and, like, I don't know, observing that in people makes you kind of, like, bummed out. Like, I don't really like to hang around that kind of stuff too much. Judgmental? Yeah, like, that's the thing. And even if, like, you're just kind of like, well, it doesn't affect me, I can be very critical. Like, it kind of does. Like, it might make it so you're less, like, yourself, or you're very controlled by, like, the thoughts of, like, others and the opinions of others. So, as long as they don't turn into a Jimmy, that's true, too. Like, that's the thing. They probably got into that situation because they felt very negative and intense, and so they'll be okay. It's just, it makes me kind of sad. Like, I don't know. Was the judgmental guy's name James? No! James was a very intense character, but I think they did a very, very, very good job. Also, good night, Fake. Good night. Sleep tight, sleep tight. I don't know. That's the biggest thing. You're one of the most reliable tubers I watch. I love tuning into the streams. That's very nice of you. Reliable. I appreciate that. I want to try to stream at least 5 times a day. Or 5 times a day? 5 times a week again. Like, I really enjoy doing that, and, like, it made it very fun for me. Chatting for 3 hours, that's normal for her? Yeah. I need to get better about, like, probably doing shorter streams so I can actually, like, get, like, my stream setup caught up. Like, I need to start commissioning backgrounds and stuff, too. 5 times a day, let's go. No. I go live, I immediately end, I go live, I immediately end, I go live, I immediately end, I go live, I immediately end. It would be intense. 5 times a day, 3 to 5 hours of stream. No, no! I need to start getting things sorted out for my stream. I should probably take like a week off and just like sort those things out. You got your saucy order! Yay! I'm so happy, Rifter! Please enjoy it. And to everyone that would like to order it, I'm working very hard to detangle everything and get it to a point where it is sustainably able to be bought. It's just been a nightmare. I really wish I could go back in time some days. So, Huey x Jimmy fanfiction win. I'm sure that people are gonna make really weird stuff of Jimmy. Like, that character's evil. I have all kinds of cheese, for I'm the cheese man. What kind of cheese would you like, Miss Grimmi? I'm allergic to cheese. I'm sorry. I have enjoyed the sauce that have. That's wonderful, Hootie! Yay! I'm so happy to hear that! Yay! Also, good night, Di. Sleep tight, sleep tight. I'm gonna keep working on things. I'm a little bit tired over, like, all this stuff with, like, I don't know, saucy, but I realized that I probably should have been taking care of this stuff in the first place, because that's why it all went to crud. But also, like, it's not entirely your fault if you think someone's gonna, like, manage things for you. Like, when you hear that, you think they'll manage your projects, and they'll manage the things that they're saying they will, so... It's okay. It's a learning experience. It's a learning experience. I'd say it's probably good to get in the habit of figuring out how you can manage your own projects and keep track of everything going on a path that it should. That's what I'll say. Good luck figuring stuff out. I think I have gone in a good direction with it. Also, hello, Big Ham! How are you? I hope you're doing well. I hope you're doing very well. They are a hamster. Please go check them out. They're a little hamster. Well, they're a big hamster. Very, 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 very lovely. When people don't deliver, it's not your fault. Never let them gaslight into blaming yourself. Yeah, I actually felt, like, super bad after. After, like, I said that stuff about, like, what happened, I felt super bad, but then I found out that they were, you know, lying to other people and to me, so I felt like, oh, okay. I don't feel as bad. It was just a mess. I hope that things can get better. So, I'm gonna really focus on trying to do all of, like, the stuff I can, and the time I can, and it'll be okay. And we'll work really hard, and we'll try to make more buddies, and we'll try to get out there, and we'll try to treat people well, so... Sounds like a great person. I think they were just really scared, and going through a lot, and I think they tried to really work hard to be what people wanted them to be, that would gain them a lot of acceptance, but... They also had their own stuff they were going through, and they were coping with life in the ways that they needed to, just like anyone else. I am a little bit disappointed with how things went, and everything. But also, I hope that everyone can eventually get along, and I hope that they can, you know, start to heal up, and start to take accountability as well. So, no, I'm not kind. I think this is very accurate. I wouldn't want to work with them again. What are we talking about? I'm just talking about my experiences as a VTuber. It's okay. I just, I'm really amazed how silly things can get, but I've been very, 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 very lucky to have worked with very nice people and stuff. Like, even them, they're a nice person in a lot of ways. I think they just weren't able to, like, take the level of, like... I think they just didn't know what they were doing too well and stuff, so... I think that's a really respectful way to think of a situation like that. I hope so. I don't know. I don't hate anyone. I don't hate anyone. There's times where I get really angry because it wasn't just, like, I don't know. I don't want to bring up anyone else's stuff at all, but it wasn't just me that was negatively impacted, but, like, I think of some of the other stuff that happened to people, and that's what really makes me angry. And I won't bring up their stuff at all, or name who it was. Like, none of that. Like, I don't want to give them issues. But I was really bummed out about that. Like, seriously. I don't know. I hope that they can make things right, so they can feel better too. Walking around with that was probably hard for them. Saying that you're sorry and that things don't always go in the direction you want to is okay, though. I don't know. It's in the past now. Yeah, exactly. It's time to move towards the future. Yo! Grimmi is the curly that we need in our lives. I don't want to be curly. 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 No, 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 no. Nightmare, 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 nightmare. Never mind, never mind. They're the devil. Never mind. Execute them. Never mind. Never mind. Never mind. Execute, execute. Never mind. I would do anything to avoid his fate. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's curly time. I like the character a lot. I like the character a lot. I don't think there are that many Jimmies in the world. Like, Jimmy's an exception beyond, like, all human nature, so... the ship's going down, can you help? The sad part is, I don't think Curly could do anything to stop it. If he had just, like, not put his life on the line... Or maybe he did do something, but if he had not put his life on the line, they probably wouldn't have, like, been in that situation. They probably would have, like... try to think of something, and like they probably would have like gotten Daisuke or like Anya in the pod at the like it would have just been a lot better of a situation. Don't try to save someone going down that's torturing everyone around them, I guess, and like has a record of doing that. And like, I don't know. God, it was intense. He should have stopped Jimmy when Jimmy talked about the hypothetical situation of nobody surviving the Yeah, I think he just didn't realize that anyone could be that insane. I think as a human, we usually have this instinct to believe that no one can be that malicious or, like, act in such a way with, like, that much inability as a person. Like, you want to believe that if someone's telling you something, that they have a good idea and handle of the situation and they're not just, like, being silly. I think that's also why people accepted him as the captain after. They were just like, I guess he knows what he's doing. Like, no one would pretend in this situation. This is really bad. Like, I think he just assumed that people weren't capable of that, so... And I think he was just like, I'll deal with this in a second. Everyone's going crazy. Like, I have to be here for everyone. And he didn't think that that person could be that selfish. It was insane. So, I don't know. Would have been a lot better if Jimmy wasn't there. I think that's a very good assessment of it. You must trust no one. You should trust people, though. Your life will be a lot better. It's just, you should probably also accept that people are very human, and not everyone's gonna be a good person in your life. Maybe Jimmy needed someone that would have just been like, shut up, you're stupid, you're gonna get everyone murdered, you are going to jail, I'm tying you up until we get to the next place, you are an idiot. We're gonna feed you and we're gonna throw you out, we're gonna feed you, we're gonna throw you out the airlock, you're stupid. Sorry, hello, hello, Yukasho? Hello, hello, thank you so much, Yusha-kun, for coming by. Normie's BTFO. Hello, how are you? I hope you had a very good stream. We're currently talking about a video game. Did you talk about why it was called Mouthwash? If you guys haven't checked out Mouthwashing, it's a very good video game. I don't want to spoil it for anyone. Thank you so much for the raid, though. How was your stream? We were talking about how someone probably needed to face more consequences for, like, what they did in a video game, and things would have gotten a lot less horrible. Heard many good things. I think you should try it out if you're ready to suffer immensely. It's very good, though. It was good. I sang and started coughing too much. Oh no. I'm so sorry, but I'm glad that you had a good time. Seriously. Good on you for going out there and pushing yourself out there even though you were a little tired. Take care of your voice, though. Take care of your voice. Also, thank you. I'm glad you liked the outfit. Thank you. I'm very happy about it, too. Yeah. Some heavy things, so beware. Great game, though. Oh, yeah. I would say that it'll put you in a bad mood no matter what. I don't think anyone walks away from Mouthwashing feeling like they're happy. It'll put you in a bad a bad mental place for like a few days. You're not gonna feel good about it. Like, it was a very tense game. That's it. Not the first time. There you go. That's good. If you're okay with that type of media. Huh? What? Her main personality type is clergy. Oh yeah, I forgot about that game. Yeah, which means she has a strong moral-based compassion. She is likely to act on feelings of sympathy without hesitation, even if she clearly stands to nothing to gain. She might offer help to the needy and work to put... That's nice of you. I was a nice personality to get. I think I also got one that was, like, very, like, ill. And then I got one that was, like... I don't know. I liked it. It was a fun game. It really is interesting, like, the stuff that you go through for that one. I wonder what other people get when they play it, too. It's interesting. Like, I'd like to see that. I don't know, though. I've thought about this, especially after playing Mouthwashing. I don't know if helping people is always the right thing to do. I don't know if forgiving people is always the right thing to do. Sometimes it can just give them, like, no limits to, like, what they're doing, and they'll continue to progress in a very negative way. Like, yeah, the accountability, it depends on the person, yeah. Like, Swansea was a very nice person, but he didn't really go out of his way to help people. But he absolutely would go crazy trying to help people. Take responsibility, take responsibility, take responsibility, take responsibility. It was a very good game, though. Exactly. So, you should forgive people for your own soul, but you shouldn't help everyone. Yeah, that's very fair, too. I think it's good to move on and accept where they were coming from and just go for your things yourself. Although, I don't know, there's times where it can also weigh on you if you just keep everything bottled up inside forever. Like, it's hard. But it's also, there's times where, like, if you don't bottle things up, you could end up in a worse situation. Like, you have to be very careful and think about the people that you could harm and, like, the people that harmed you and, like, all this other stuff in life. It's not very easy. It's not very easy at all. You got Leader and Traveler. Meanwhile, I got, oh, Challenger. Oh, interesting. Where the picture girl is eating random mushrooms. That's cool. You got to poison yourself a little. Just, you know, you got to enjoy life. It's not, sadly, it's not. Some people can't be fixed, especially if they don't want to be. It's a hard lesson they had to learn through my family. Yeah, that's very true, too. I've had some very silly family members, and the only time they got better was when I stopped enabling them, so, yeah. Mouthwashing touches the serious subject of a single birthday party per trip. Yeah, you need to make sure you time that right or things can get really bad. Oh, it's really rough. What game is the personality stuff from? It was from a specific, like, let me see if I can find it. Refined Self, the personality test game. It's very cute. You walk around doing stuff and it has an over, like, all, like, kind of, like, story to it, but you can also just play it and, like, go in an interesting direction and, like, look at the flowers and relax. We all have responsibilities, so it is our choice to take responsibilities for what we are given. Yeah. I think even then you can just say, like, you don't have to be perfect. You can just say, I'm really stressed out. Like, I can't do this, I need someone to, like, help me. Like, you can say that. Like, you don't need to, like, always take, like, responsibility in, like, every single way. I think it's just important that you are accountable for the things that you're putting out into the world and stuff. It's okay. Everyone goes through a lot of stuff. I think as long as you can admit it to yourself, that's what's important to people. Like, if you don't, it's understandable people would feel very negative. Only, like, 3% of people moved a cat in that game. Oh, and there was a key which unlocks a whole new location in the game. No one will move the kitty. That's so cute and sad. It's too bad that the other test game buffer overflowed from yapping so long. Yeah, we barely saw what it was. I really like your outfit. It looks awesome. Thank you. You can both punish and forgive. That's true, too. A very important step of being responsible is knowing your limits. That's true as well. Very, very, very true. You shouldn't try to go past them just to appease other people. I don't know. I need to crash and burn because I don't want to bother anyone else. Okay, feeling like you're a constant bother to other people, though, it's not going to help them. Like, it's okay to just be like, hello, I'm here, hello. That's an amazing mod I would hire for myself. Wait, what? What did you do? Oh, wow, you talked to, wow. Yeah, you can speak 2 languages. Also, hello! That's very nice of you to say cool. How are you? I really like your outfit, by the way. It looks awesome, thank you. That's very kind of you. That's very kind of you. That's very nice of you. Hi, we're traumatized by Mouthwash. Yeah, we're traumatized by Mouthwash. It was a very good game, though. Silent Hill 2 had nothing on Mouthwash in terms of, like, the inevitable, like, destruction of, like, the human spirit. I got the really good ending for, like, Silent Hill 2, so I felt very happy beating it. Like, I was just like, yeah, you go out into the world and you look at yourself and you look at others and you want to do good for them. And Mouthwashing, it's like, oh, no. Oh, hello, Japan. Hello, Japan. Oh, konnichiwa, Japan. Huh? I don't know if that's the right thing to say, sorry. Wait, konnichiwa, Nippon. I don't know if it's the right thing. I still think the lake ending is probably the most reasonable one. Oh, yeah. I think so, too. Although I think I think the one thing I don't like about the lake ending is that it unfortunately deprives, like, Laura of, like, anyone to help her, which is really sad. So I kind of like the going home ending. It'd be in the evening? Oh, konbanwa. Yeah. But, like, need to brush up your Japanese. They said Japan. They said hello, Japan. I was saying the same thing back to them. Let's see here, though. Like, the reason I really like the going home ending is because, like, James can never atone for the things that he did. Like, he's gonna constantly be tortured by them, but he was also put through, like, the most hellish, like, suffering imaginable. Like, he was put through, like, what most people would just be broken and destroyed by, and if he goes through it, you have the contrast of, like, Angela, and you have the contrast of Eddie, and then you have the contrast of James actually doing well enough to, you know, not forgive himself, but just accept that he was a very hateful, terrible person in a moment, but he was going to do his best to... what's the word? I guess try to help someone that, like, the person that he hurt the most cared about. And, like, yeah, atone. Like, he was gonna be very good to, like, Laura for the rest of his life and, like, make sure that she grew up healthy and happy. And that's what Mary wanted more than anything, so... I don't know. That made me happy in that regard. Meanwhile, you see people like Angela and, like, Eddie just completely surrendering to, like, their illness and, like, being trapped there forever and ultimately dying there or, like, being destroyed there. And then you see James, who, if you get the good ending, goes through absolute hell and probably won't ever be the same and will have to, like, be in a bad situation forever. Oh yeah, and Jimmy, I guess he mirrors it too. But then you actually see him respect what Mary wanted in the end and go and take care of someone that she loved more than anything in the world and wanted to see happy, but she couldn't do that for herself, so I kind of like that ending. I think the in-water one fits thematically, but, like, I also think the other one fits thematically because it's a hopeful story of overcoming the worst things you can do as a human. And yeah, it's kind of a contrast to Jimmy, who could not accept what he had done and could never, like, really repent or, like, understand himself enough. Instead, James just went through it. Will James get arrested, though? How will he hide the body? I think it's possible that, like, Silent Hill would just absorb it, maybe. Like, there's a few things that could happen. Because you see, like, him actually communicating with Mary and stuff, like, the real version of her at the end. Like, not Maria, but, like, actually her when she's, like, on her bed and talking to him. And in that ending, she forgives him, so I imagine that she'd also just, like, kind of, like, make it so he didn't have to deal with, like, the consequences of his actions in that regard, because he had already dealt with the consequences of going through actual hell, and then he was gonna actually atone and, like, take care of, like, Laura, so that's what I think, at least on that one. I like a hopeful story if people earn it, so, I don't know, I think it, I like a hopeful story when people earn it, and I feel like James earned it, and I feel like it's a good contrast for the other stories. It's a very hopeful, beautiful one, even if it's one where he can never truly feel better about everything he did. He can feel good enough to do better for society and other people, and that's beautiful. I like that, so... yeah, Silent Hill's the prison sentence you get after every game? It's possible. I think also it was implied that Mary was at home when, like, she died. Like, the thing is, I think it was implied that Mary was at home when she died, like, because she said her doctors, like, let her go home for, like, the last little bit of her life. So no one would be able to tell that it was James, like, that did anything. She also seemed to have a hard time breathing and, like, was coughing a lot, so they'd probably just inevitably think that she died of, like, suffocation on her own, which makes me also think that James did that for that reason, which is messed up. But, like, I think if you don't get the in-water ending, or the ritual ending, he kind of gets off scot-free in terms of, like, the criminal system, because she was kind of near the end of her life and stuff, so, yeah. Wonder if Silent Hill 2 will be the only remake in the series. Probably not. They'll probably remake the other ones because this one's been a giant commercial success. They probably want more of that now. I can't imagine they'll be like, oh my god, all this money and praise. Oof, no. Like, they're making their single-player games again for a reason, and if they're doing successfully and, like... I mean, if they're being successful, they'll probably want to continue down that. They probably will do Silent Hill 4 next, which is, I want them to remake 1. Like, I don't think they're gonna remake 1 next, but, oh, I like Silent Hill 4, actually. It's one of my favorites, Scala Run. It might be my favorite of the series. I think it was a big departure, but like I really liked it just in like terms of its concepts and stuff, even if I think the other ones were like structurally a little better. If they do 1, people will ask for 3 and vice versa. Yeah. I think they're probably gonna do 4 is the thing. And the reason I think they're gonna do 4 is because it seems like an easier thing to adapt. And it seems like an easier thing to like remake, and it's a more self-contained story, which is probably why they did 2 also. Like that's I think they've also expressed interest. I might be wrong, but I think they probably like are excited to do that one. They expressed interest in it. Like from what I remember, I just like the gameplay mechanic changes. I didn't really mind it, but I'm very open-minded with that stuff. Like if something's something I enjoy, it's like a horror game, I'll be okay with it. It's very different than the other ones, but I thought it was a very, very, very good horror game with an interesting concept behind it. And I thought they did really well in terms of like all of the art and all of the aesthetic choices and the music, so I loved it. So I love Silent Hill 3. I think they'll probably be the most hesitant to redo Silent Hill 3 for some reason. I think it's because it comes after Silent Hill 1, which you need context for. So that one might be... like, if they continue to redo them, I think that one might be last. I could be wrong. Maybe they'll discover that one next. But that one was very... different. Like, it was contextually really different, so... PT is dead. PT is never coming back. I would love if it did, but that's not happening. They seem to have a lot of problems with that specific stuff, and I don't, yeah. Is it the whole pregnancy thing? No, I don't think that. I think Silent Hill 3 would just be hard to adapt because they'd have to adapt Silent Hill 1, and the thing is, Silent Hill 2 is a self-contained story, and Silent Hill 4 is a self-contained story, but there's a little bit of Silent Hill 2 in Silent Hill 4 in terms of references. So I think they'll go for that next, just because it would be so much easier to get people on board with it, and it would kind of link back to Silent Hill 2 and all that other stuff. But meanwhile, Silent Hill 1 and Silent Hill 3, they're both connected and both contained, like, within their... It's gonna take a little bit, I think. They also can't really reuse a lot of assets between, like, what's it called, like, 2 and, like, 4 and, like, 1 and, like, 3, since they're all so different, like, in terms of how the town's laid out, so... it's... Meanwhile, 4 is, like, a lot, like, more streamlined and, like, smaller, it feels like, so... we have Death Stranding instead of PT. That's very true, too. That game can be very tense. Kojima will make PT happen, and there will be hidden mini-games featuring beautiful women for some reason. That sounds awesome. Oh, majestic, royal, prestigious, ooh! I could give an artistic analysis, but I don't want to clog up the chat with my chaotic artistic ramblings. Oh, you go for it, if you'd like to. Like, I might not be able to read it, but you're free to express your thoughts and feelings and opinions. Thank you, that's very nice of you. Silent Hill 1 and 3 were made by one team. Ah, Silent Hill 2 and 4 were made by another team, were they not? Yeah, I think they did have different people working on them throughout this stuff, too. I think Team Silent worked on 1 and 2, though. But also, apparently, people were a little bit, like, hesitant to like Silent Hill 2 as much because they wanted more of Silent Hill 1 when it first came out. Not everyone, but it was, like, a good chunk of people were just like, why did they do this? Which is really funny. I don't think anyone likes any video game when it comes out. It's insane. But then years later, people are like, it's pretty good. It's alright. If they want to reuse assets, I think they should do 1 first. It did have some overlapping things. That's very true. I would love for them to have redone 1. I think they would benefit a lot from redoing 1. I think the best idea would be a combination of 1 and 3 as one super long game. Maybe, but that would take up a lot of their resources, and they already extended it, like, a lot. Metal Gear Solid 2 was absolutely hated when it came out. Oh yeah, I really like Metal Gear Solid 2, but I also, like, I hadn't, like, I didn't know, like, what Metal Gear Solid 2 was about, and I had only played 1. And then I went to 2 without really talking to anyone about it, because not a lot of, like, people I knew played that game. And I was so pissed off. I was so pissed off about Raiden. I'm gonna be real with you. Now, years later, I don't mind at all. Like, I think Raiden's, like, fine. Like, they're not, like, gonna be my favorite character in the world. But, like, I think I like them quite a bit for who they are, and I appreciate them. But, like, it was, yeah. We're all too harsh on Raiden. It's because people wanted more of Snake, and then they got a little bit of it, and then it went out the window, and everyone got really angry. Yeah, they wanted to play as Snake. That's what happened. And then, weirdly, they didn't play as him in the 3rd game, but, like, he was such a similar character that everyone was like, yeah, okay, I accept it, whatever, it's fine. I was always, chill with Raiden, and that's good, that's wonderful. That's really wonderful. This will make more sense when I get older, Grimmi, in regards to Metal Gear Solid 2. It never did. I've played that game as an adult, and it did make more sense to me. I'll admit that, though. I was very confused when I was playing Metal Gear Solid 1, 2, 3, 4. Like, because those all came out, like, in, like, I was just, like, kind of, like, going, like, okay, I'll play the next one, I'll play the next one, I'll play the... Those were weird. Those were weird games. I think replaying them is good and you understand more stuff, like, in terms of, like, the context, but, like, it never really fully makes sense because they're not fully grounded in reality. They're made by a really strange person. Like, that's the biggest thing. Kojima's really weird. Some of the themes that they have, like the concept of, like, too much information being about and no one being able to verify things, things being very shallow, losing, like, people communicating, like, their thoughts and ideas to each other, and, like, not being able to tell what information is real, stuff like that. It's all very interesting. As well as, like, the cycle of war and revenge and people losing their identity to, like, different, like, structures of society coming in. That's all very, like, timeless. But he's also really weird. Like, he's very smart, but then he's also really weird. Also, hello, Kokuyo. That's very nice of you. Thank you. I'm glad that you like the outfit. I very much like it too. Yo. Seems like a good time to book it. See you later, Grimmi. See you later. Bye. It was very, yeah, in regards to, it was very interesting. Like, I love Metal Gear Solid 2. I think it predates a lot of stuff. I know it's a lot of people's least favorite, but it's probably my favorite. I just love the concepts that they go into in terms of, like, propaganda and the concept of, like, information control and, like, oh, it's very, very interesting. You look absolutely amazing. Thank you so much, Purgatory Corner, not Purgatory Corner. Thank you so much, I appreciate it. One moment it's telling an interesting message, then the next Solid Snake is getting his PP grabbed. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, Metal Gear Solid spoilers? I don't think I was spoiling it. I don't think I was. I don't have any intention of spoiling Metal Gear Solid. I think the themes are, like, not something that people even, like, completely comprehend when they're playing. Like, I don't think anyone's gonna be like, oh my god, the news cycle, it's very similar to the... Like, it's almost impossible to grasp what's going on unless you play it several times. Volgan is an interesting antagonist. He just loves to be evil. Volgan is a psychopath, yeah. Or a sociopath, actually. I think he was a sociopath because he did care about, like, one interesting aspect of his life, and that was really weird for everyone playing. That was really weird. So yeah. Just trust in Hideo Kojima's vision? Yeah. I think it's interesting. Volgan versus Jimmy? I think Jimmy is worse still. I think Volgan had, like, a duty to himself in some ways, and I think he was fueled by different things than Jimmy. I don't think Jimmy cared about anything but himself. I don't like that guy. I don't like that guy at all. The problem is that Kojima needs someone to hold him back, someone who will tell him, dude, this weirdness is at 77, we need, like, it at 10 or 11 at max, because if he doesn't end up with Death Stranding, which even after beating, I still have no idea what's going on. His games are stuff where you have to play them several times, but Death Stranding's very... I need to play it more too. It's confusing, isn't it? I trust Volgan's plan way more than whatever Jimmy cooked up. I don't think Jimmy had a plan. I think Jimmy had a lot of ego. And everyone has ego, but Jimmy had a lot of ego. To the point where other human beings, when he hurt them, he'd just be like, what's wrong with them? Like, it's... Yeah. I went in to make the most insane game he wants. Yeah, like, I think Death Stranding had a lot of merit in its own right, even if it was incomprehensible at times. I think it's supposed to have a lot of, like, very, like, visual symbolism that I didn't pick up on fully. I like it, it's just confusing. I will admit that I did not like Metal Gear Solid 4 as much. It was very confusing to me. I think it had a lot of really good ideas and was pulled off really well, but it's probably, like, my least favorite out of all of them. But I do think 2 was really good, so I do want him to have creative control usually. I don't know, I can't control the ads, they're as short as they can be. I wonder if the mooing tank walkers are because someone told Kojima, I need a little more cowbell. I don't know what they told Kojima for that. I have no clue what was going on. I think he just got the idea of, like, different, like, mechas and, like, stuff like that being based on animals, and, like, it got into his head. Because immediately after following that, you see him really get into, like, the concept of mechs having, like, insect designs with, like, Peace Walker. I think that's like how it was released, actually. It did. I think Peace Walker came after 4. Yeah, it did. So like you see him kind of have like this specific like kind of like this kind of like line of like understanding that it followed. He also got really into Vocaloids around that time. Kojima's someone where you can look back at their games and just ascertain most of their hobbies. Yeah, the Miku. Yeah. It's interesting. Design language. Yeah. I thought it was cool too. I could never get over the mooing mechs. They still freak me out. They were very weird. Yeah, they are a Pecora fan too. It's very cool. It's, I don't know. It's interesting to think about as a concept. Just like, Kojima has very strong thoughts and designs and an interesting way of viewing the world. So it's very neat. I don't know. Volgan has good taste. That is something Volgan was into. Oh. Yeah, the Johnny Merrill okay, yeah. I won't talk about that because it's a spoiler, but like, I don't know. It's interesting. I think those games are very good because there's nothing quite like them, and that's a very rare thing to, like, I guess, experience in this day and age. That's also kind of like why I like the Silent Hill 2 remake so much, because there's nothing quite like it. There's nothing quite like the Silent Hill 2 remake, and there's nothing quite like the original Silent Hill 2, and there's nothing quite like Mouthwashing, and there's nothing quite like Pro Country. Like, there's been a lot of really amazing games this year. I think things are going in a good direction. I think we're also seeing some really rough stuff with, like, Concord and, like, other games, and, like, it's very hard to, like... I think those guys are in a rough situation. Because they do have, like, 800,000 people online going, like, you suck if you do this, you suck if you do this, don't include these elements, you suck if you do this. So they probably go, like, no, we're gonna do this, it's gonna be amazing. Everyone's telling us we suck, we'll double, no, we'll triple down, and we're gonna make this great. And it just didn't really appeal to anyone because they went way too hard in the other direction and stuff. Like, yeah. But I understand, like, coming from that perspective, like, you know. I don't know, Silent Hill 2 reminded me a lot of the original. It's true, too. It has a different vibe, though. Also, congratulations, Lesbian Day. Congratulations, Signalis. I don't know. The only thing losing within the gaming industry are the AAA companies. I think, How do I say this in a polite way? I'm not playing Dustborn. It looks like it just isn't for me. I'll say that politely as politely as I can. I think a lot of companies, like, if they have people say, we like this specific thing, if you make this, we'll be happy, want to do that because they want to be people that are supporting people that they believe need help and stuff. Like, that's very normal. Like, it's not a negative to, like, want to be a compassionate person and help people. But I think, unfortunately, they go in such a direction that it alienates a lot of other people. And I think that's fair that they want to go in, like, the direction that they do, because, like, everyone else is telling them they should die and explode. And I think it also is, like, a good, like, out if, like, they feel like their stuff is being heavily criticized for other reasons. They can always say, well, it's just this group of people that are exceptionally evil or bad or, like, not into, like, our stuff because they're bad people. And that's a way to, like, get away from, like, criticism so they don't have to, like, think about it as much. And that's not great, because then you end up in situations like this. But I think it comes from, like, a good place. It's just, like, it's not something sustainable. I think most AAA companies are too big to steer course. I think, I always think Rockstar is a train. They couldn't change course easily. It's GTA 6 or bust for them. I think they'll be fine with GTA 6. Like, the thing is, like, I know some people have been upset about... I guess we can talk about this. Like, it's all, like, silly political stuff, but, like, I think some people are concerned that, like, this is gonna sound so rude, and I'm so sorry about this. People are concerned about GTA 6 having a female protagonist, but... she has a big behind, and she's very cute, Broads can be felons too. Yeah, and it also like makes it like an interesting new dynamic. Like she's very cute and it's gonna be interesting to play as a female character. Yeah, they are. Like I don't think it's gonna fail. I've seen some people say like, look, it's very woke. They're gonna do this, it's gonna be horrible, but like I think it was just a directional choice, honestly. Like they just wanted to make it a directional choice. Like they just probably thought it would be more interesting because they've done so many male characters. I don't think it was like, this is gonna show everyone, we're gonna aim for a different market. Like I think they were just like, let's put in like a hot lady. Let's make it so you play as a hot lady and go shoot people. So like I think people will probably still buy it. Like that's the thing. It gets tiring having to deal with this every time there's a girl in a game. I think there's like different levels of it. Like, yeah, GTA 6 we're talking about. Like, I think unfortunately it's become very polarized, or Tsushima too. I don't really care about that sounds rude. I don't consume samurai games or like she's not a samurai, she's like some sort of other thing that like female like non-samurais were. I forgot what it was, but like I don't really consume that type of like stuff just because it's not a genre I like, but I think it's pretty normal. Like, I think people just want to have female characters as the protagonists of their game because it's like a different choice they could make to keep their stuff refreshing. But I think unfortunately a lot of time now, like people see it as like something to like make them unhappy or like try to push like, ladies, like we're supporting you and like we're excited and we don't like the other stuff and we're not going to try to appeal to our original fan base. But I think that's not often the case. Like there are some companies that are like that. And there are even some companies that give people like a negative impression of their companies just because like they do kind of go like, well, people don't like our games because they don't like women or this other stuff. But I think that's a little bit disingenuous. Like a lot of times people just don't like games because they aren't very good. Or like they have big plot holes. Or like they have big issues. Also, hi Mint, I hope you're doing well. I hope you're doing very well. French movie directors really understood the need for at least 1 or 2 hot babes. It's important. Oh, hell yeah, 1,000,000,000%. Hell yeah. See, I think people are probably gonna be fine with, like, you know, like, GTA 6, just because it comes more from that perspective. So yeah. Oh. If cats are winking at you, it means they're worried about something? I'll have to start, like, comforting them. Thank you. Performative changes. I think there are some companies that do that. Like, I'm not gonna, like, lie. I'm not gonna, like, say, like, that doesn't happen. But, yeah, like, I think, oh, Sweet Baby Inc. I'm not personally a fan of theirs. I think they're hired a lot because people want to do the right thing and, like, make sure that people feel comfortable with what they're making, but I'm not personally a big fan of their specific style of, like, influence and stuff, like with materials and games and all that, but I'm sure that there's people out there that appreciate them. It's just not super for me. I think that sometimes they can be obtrusive and sometimes they can be, like, not really that noticeable, like when they're influencing games and stuff. It really comes down to the developer and how much, like, they're gonna, like, listen to their feedback and context and stuff. So yeah, I think people grossly overestimate their influence. Oh yeah, I think they probably also get hired on specifically to make the company look like they're, specifically trying to do right by, like, different, like, markets and stuff like that. Like, just so they can fall back on it and if they face a lot of criticism and stuff, which is what a lot of, like, consultancy stuff does end up becoming after, like, a certain point with, like, some stuff. Just like, well, we talked to these people, so we did everything right. Please don't be angry at us. And I think that's a normal way to, like, feel if you're in a position where you're making things that are, like, millions and millions and millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars, so, yeah. It's a game about stealing cars and pushing old grandmas into the street for pocket change. It's crazy, people are freaking out. Yeah, see? And I think it's gonna be interesting to play as a different type of character. Like, it makes sense, they've always included different types of characters for GTA, like, from different perspectives, so I think it's fine. I think it'll be good. I have no real strong opinion on most games like this, unless they kind of, like, push in a direction and stuff. I think people, like, just probably, I don't know, but it's very fair if, like, there's, like, a big contrast of, like, people. That reminds me of that one guy who is anti-woke, but really loves Ghost of Tsushima. but when they showed Ghost of Yote having a female main character wavering their narrative they created for themselves, I think that's something that got heavily mischaracterized. Like, from what I saw, even, like, they never said, like, if you have a problem with it, don't play the games. Like, that was someone apparently that, like, left the company. Like, and not on great terms. So, like, I imagine that, like, and this is just what I read in, like, interviews and stuff, but the person that gave that quote was no longer working with the company. They left on, like, really bad terms. So when they said that, it might have been something where, like, they mischaracterized what they would actually say to, like, their fan base and the people that play their games specifically to make more controversial stuff occur. So, yeah. So, that's not great. The hostility of those consultants makes it clear it's not to make video games better. I think that they're probably very hurt and they're happy that people are listening to them. I think it's probably gonna become something where it's not as heavily, I think people are gonna become a little bit more in the middle on both sides of everyone getting kind of, like, really upset about these types of things. Like, not in, like, a way where, like, anyone's, like, wrong or, like, they should feel bad for their opinions. I think it's just companies are realizing that they'll make the most amount of money coming from a more broad perspective and, like, not being too on either side. So it's probably gonna start going more and more in that direction. So, like, that's what I anticipate happening. I think that, yeah, the Ghost 2 game will probably do fine. Like, I think I saw a little bit of that, but it seemed a bit strange, so I was just like, well, this isn't the type of game I'd play anyway, so I didn't look super into it, I'm gonna be real with you. I just saw that and went like, oh, propaganda, and then, like, continued on my way. Employees in the company should threaten their bosses. Oh, that's interesting. Huh. Well, hopefully everyone can relax at some point. That's intense. I played a female character on GTA 5's online portion and used codes to play. Oh, interesting. That's cool. If you like playing as a female character, it's also a fun option to have. I personally like when they give you the option for both and, like, change things a little bit. I think, this is heavily controversial and you don't have to agree with me on this. Like, you don't have to agree with me on this. This is very, 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 very heavily controversial, I think, to say. But I kind of liked when you had the option of, like, male or female instead of, like, body type, specifically because, and not for every game, like, some don't have any impact on anything, but, like, in some stories it was really interesting to see how people treated a female character versus a male character and, like, get the perspective of how the universe changed around them. And that's kind of been, like, done away with, where, like, everyone has completely neutral dialogue now, which is, it's fine, but, like, it also is kind of, like, I don't know, like, that's one of the things I really liked about Mass Effect. They were very, very small changes, but, like, every once in a great, great while, people would react to you differently. And, like, I also really liked that about, the Persona 3 remake, like, where they did it for PSP, and, like, had the female main character. Like, it was very interesting just to see, like, the little tweaks that were in the universe, and it gave you, like, a very different perspective of things. Like, it helped you, like, go like, wow, this is very different in this regard, and this is very different in this regard, and that's really cool. Yeah, I miss her universe. Yeah, she's not, like, yeah. Fallout 3 and, like, New Vegas did that with perks. Yeah, that was also really fun. Like, you got different dialogue options, so, yeah. Unlike that Skyrim mob that turned the game into where a male option is very different. Oh, interesting. I didn't know that. I had never come across that, but, I think companies are gonna look at the success of games like Space Marine 2, Astrobot, and realize they need to move away from the current course and follow their examples. Oh, yeah. And, I'm not saying this to, like, be like, they're owning, like, people that make these types of games. It's just, I think that they're probably gonna go in that direction just because it's inevitably what's gonna make the most money. Like, having cute characters is gonna make a lot of money, like, having, like, specific, like, types of characters that appeal to, like, you know, like, your fan base is gonna make a lot of money. Like, it's kind of starting probably to, like, move away from, like, the development cycles they've had before. And I think, ideally, they're probably gonna stop listening to people that are so intense and, like, hateful and, like, you didn't do this correctly, how could you? And, like, it's very fair that people feel disenfranchised and stuff, but also, like, it's not gonna make them a lot of money to, like, I guess, like, worry about that all the time. Like, it's kind of been showing that it's been going in a very negative direction and stuff. Give us the oh, yeah, please. Give us female protagonists for Persona, not because it's like, we should be able to play as women, just because it's interesting, and because girls are cute. Like, when did we stop caring about girls being cute? When did we stop caring about getting the female character option just so we could see how it was different and, like, look at a little cute lady in, like, a skirt? Like, come on, let's go back to this. I'm sorry. Anyways, that's how I feel about it. I think they should, like, make a P5 just to explore the universe, like, where you play as, like, a lady, and, like, that would be very, very cool and interesting. Like, it would be completely different based around, like, interacting with those characters, and, like, stuff like that would be so neat. And then they could also give her, like, a very cute design, like, she could go to coffee shop with, like, her lady friends, like, I don't know, like, that's appealing. That's appealing for anyone, like, seeing two cute little ladies hang out, I'm sorry. Having cute characters, they put Grimmi in the game and the game will sell, that's very nice of you. They should put VTubers in every video game. We stopped getting cute girls when big companies decided to make them look like ugly men. I don't think that that's necessarily negative, though. Like, the thing is, like, I think there's a place for both of them, because I like seeing female characters that look like everything. I like seeing, like, a big, like, wide, like, spectrum of it. Like, I like that lady in Still Wakes the Deep. I don't think the characters from Silent Hill necessarily looked bad. Like, they kind of, like, suited, like, their characters. Like, when I was playing, I was never like, these characters don't look right. I was like, yeah, that fits. Like, I thought Maria was actually very cute. Like, she looked very cute in the game, and she was very charming. Like, so when you play these games, it depends, though. Like, it could be something where, like, it doesn't really suit the characters. Like, I think sometimes, like, Concord's characters, it didn't really matter that, like, they were, like, diverse. It's just, like, the characters didn't really look that well put together, if I'm being honest with you. Like, they didn't look very interesting and stuff, so yeah. Sorry, Concord. I think that they all could have been changed to be very appealing and interesting, but, like, they weren't really at that level. So, I don't know. No Spectrum, all games made by Western companies? I don't think that's true. I think Aloy looks cute. I think a lot of characters in, like, Western company games look cute. Like, there's also, like, there's Anya from Mouthwashing. She was adorable. She didn't look like a super hot model, but she looked like Shelley Duvall. That's a very cute character. Like, that's an adorable character type. Like, so I like that there's, like, a spectrum of, like, ladies and stuff, but I don't know. That's indie, though. That's true, but she's not, like, conventionally attractive. She looks like she's been, like, depressed for, like, 3 years at least. I think people calling these characters ugly have very strange standards. I think so, too. I think it's a bit mean to say, like, Aloy does not look like Nikocado Avocado. That's so rude. She looks like just a character. I think it's very, I guess, I think people can have very high standards for what they see in media and stuff, but, like, I think she looked fine. Like, she looked like just a normal lady to me. Like, she looks like a lady you'd see, like, when you're out walking about on the street. So, I was like, I played a little bit of those games and they weren't for me just because I didn't really like them that much. But, I don't know, like, it wasn't for me. It's a matter of, like, I don't know. I also saw people, like, photoshopping Mulder's face onto, like, what's her name? Angela? And I was like, this doesn't look like her at all. And, like, she looked fine in the game. I think some people will just get really upset if they happen to, like, see stuff like that and then just kind of get it fixated in their mind and then not give, like, the characters a chance because it gets really in there. And, like, I've had that happen too, like, where I get, like, very much like, yeah, this sucks, this sucks, this sucks. As much as I don't like The Last of Us 2, I like Ellie's design. I think it's a natural evolution of her The Last of Us 1 design. Yeah, that's very fair. I really didn't like The Last of Us 2. I really didn't like The Last of Us 2. I really didn't like The Last of Us 2. I really didn't like The Last of Us 2. I really didn't like The Last of Us 2. Expectations for beauty all across the board have been so extreme, even outside of games. Yeah, I think so. I'm not the type that's bothered by, like, people making stuff. Like, if I see a character I really can't get with, or, like, you know, like, get on board with, I'll just ignore it. I won't be like, they look gross. I'll just be like, I don't care about this. I really didn't like Last of Us 2. It was really, I don't like think that they did a good job with it. I think the script was really bad. I think they could have rewritten it. I think they probably shouldn't have. And not in like a like I don't obviously dislike lesbian ladies or cute ladies or like them being in love. I just don't think they should have had that. I don't think they should have had like Ellie's girlfriend be such a big part of it because it was so silly to have her there the whole time. It was. They could have gone in a completely different direction with that game and everyone would have loved it, but I think she just kind of felt really odd there the whole time. It was such a weird game. I don't know. It was horribly done. They expected you to sympathize with Anna when she kills. I think it was Abigail or Anna. Like, I liked her though, is the thing. I thought she was a good character. I thought it, because I can also remove like myself from like what happens before and like just think of it as like a new character. I think on her own, it was Abby. I thought Abby was a very interesting and I thought she was a great character. I thought she was so much more interesting than Ellie in that game. But that game also sucked. Like, I didn't like it. I didn't think it was very good because of the script, but I think they got out of their head with the script and made it less about relationships when they were on Abby in certain respects. Like, she still had her relationship stuff and it was like super awkward and probably the weakest like part of that stuff, but I don't know. It was interesting. She needed her own game in general. I think they probably should have just had it like be Last of Us 2, have no Abby, have no Dina, have no characters from like that specific story in it, and then when you get to the end, you see that she kills Joel. Like, that would have been the best for her character, probably. It would have, like, let you start to, like, Abby as a bee killed Joel and made us try to empathize with her. See, yeah, they did a terrible job with the writing. They did a terrible job with the writing. Oh my god, yeah. If they had just kept it completely, like, focused on Abby and the big twist was, like, that she did that, I think people would have felt much better about it. But she did it like right at the beginning and it went horrible. Like, I think it just made it so everyone disliked her. But if you saw that moment where like I don't know, like she saw her father and like all of the people around her and like all of that stuff and really got like a big like tense moment of just like, oh my god, like they doomed humanity, like this person's a monster from her perspective and like the whole game from her perspective. It might have sold a lot less because they didn't have like Ellie and Joel on the box art, but people would have thought it was awesome, so I don't know. There's so many different things they could have done for that game, honestly. Oh well. It's okay. Yeah. I don't know. As far as I remember, the creative minds behind the first game, yeah. I think that they just didn't know how to write a revenge story very well, and I think that they made some very bad choices and made it into like more of like a drama rather than like a... I don't know. I don't think they had the people they needed to write the story that they wanted to is the thing. I think they probably needed to bring in like very measured and like very well-to-do writers that knew what they were doing, and I don't think that they had the capacity to do that. Like, they probably were just like, we have so much time to do this, we have to just get this done, we can't. What was up with Abby's lewd scene? I don't know why they included that. That felt, that was painfully awkward. That was horrible. I don't know how, like, they had to have, like, tons of people, like, see that, like, as the development cycle went on. They had to have, right? Why did they do that? They had to have. It was... I think they wanted to make it cinematic and, like, more like art and more like a normal movie. And it just... I think if they had cut that scene, it would have actually improved the game a lot. They had to have had feedback on that saying, like, oh my god, what are you doing? Like, I don't know how that got through every single person. And then everyone on the internet was like, this is so weird. I don't know. Sorry, everyone. I shouldn't criticize, The Last of Us that intensely, I guess. It's just, they could have cut half the game and it would have made the game better. They could have cut either half, is the thing is. What's really sad, if they had cut, like, Ellie's section and just made it completely about Abby and, like, her thing, and, like, you have, like, a big twist at the end, like, where it turns out that she just, like, you know, she saw, like, Joel, like, murder, like, her dad and, like, doom the human race, like, that would have been awesome. That would have been a great game, so be critical you spent, like, $80 on the garbage. It's good to be, yeah. The Cult Island section with, Lexna's sister during Abby's section was really good, at least. Cult Island. Oh my god, yeah, that was so weird, though. I forgot about that. What was it? It was... I thought it was, like, a little bit weird. Like, I don't know, like, don't get me wrong, thank you for the stretch. I like those characters, like, and I thought it was, like, an interesting dynamic to, like, Joel and Ellie. But I thought it was a little bit messed up that, like, one of the characters was transgender, and, like, their story was about how literally every single person they know was sacrificing their life to try to kill them. That every single person they knew, from the moment they were born, decided that this was something where they were going to kill them. Like, and they were sacrificing their lives for an attempt of murdering them, like, in cold blood for the entire section. Like, it was a cool section. I loved the atmosphere of it, but it was so weird. Yeah, that was their story. That was what happened there. I don't know. I thought it was, like... Yeah, I really liked how it looked in terms of, like, the gameplay and, like, what it looked like and, like, how it was, like, I did not know this. Yeah, that was, like, their big plot thing. If it were, like, a small amount of people, or, like, oh, it was Lev, not Lex, it was Lev, okay. If it was, like, a small amount of people, like, that would have been fine, but it was literally every single person in the village. Going like, how could you do this? And you brought an outsider, and it's like, oh my god, like, no one would try to talk this out? Okay, like, I just felt very awkward playing that section. Like, I was like, this is super weird, right? Like, maybe I'm wrong? Yeah, it was the RE4 village. It sounds strange, it was very weird. I don't know how, like, I don't know. They just needed them to be stupid villains for the sake of the game. Oh yeah, it's just, I don't know. I think too much about, like, the people's perspective of, like, what's going on with the characters, and I was like, really? Like, I think, like, maybe, like, 5 people would be the subset, maybe? Like, even if they were raised in, like, a zealotous cult, like, these people still grew up with, like, the person and, like, cared about them, and, like, I don't know. Like, I'm sure a few people would stand up for them and, like, really, like, go like, hey, we aren't gonna do this, we're not gonna murder this person, we raised them from, like, a child. Like, there's things in your brain that, like, I don't know, like, having it be, like, every single person out of, like, an entire community of, like, 100 people. Like, and they just were like, let's just murder them. Like, it seemed a little bit, like, I don't know. Yeah. I don't know, poorly thought out. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I don't have, like, I just don't understand the world, I guess. I hope that they can just continue making games they love. That was so weird. I don't know. Good luck, everyone. I really did like that character too, so I was just kind of, like, sad the whole time, going like, this feels very excessive. Oh well, I think they had a story they wanted to tell, and, yeah. They should make games that- they should make games, Galaran, it's okay. Yeah. I don't know. The community is bigger than 100, you can only yeah, without optimizing, which is why the military is the way it is. Oh, interesting. I'm wondering how they'll adapt it to the TV series. I don't know, probably the same way. Like, I don't really like the TV series at all. Like, I tried to watch some of it and, like, give it, like, the best I could to, like, just go, like, yay! And I didn't like it. I really didn't like it. I just liked it more than the games. I thought it, like, got boiled down to even, like, less important aspects. Like, they fixed some of the pacing and you could tell what was going on a bit more than in Last of Us and stuff, but, like, no, Abby wasn't. Like, their little compatriot, like, the one that she adopts, like, their entire section is about, like, their village wanting to murder them for it, and, like, that seems insane, but, like, I don't know, that was just their entire character arc, so, whatever, I guess. I don't think they should stop making games for good. I also don't think it was a flop. Like, I think that game made them a lot of money, but I do think it's because it came out, like, right when there was, like, a massive shutdown of, like, games being made and stuff. So, from what I remember, like, they had this thing where, like, I think the games that came out like during that like thing where like there was like nothing coming out because of the pandemic, it was, oh god, what was it? It was like Final Fantasy VII Remake and The Last of Us 2. Those came out during like the early days of the pandemic, and like those games did so well because people weren't going outside. So I think that kind of carried them a little bit, like, to be honest. Like, just from like an economic standpoint, they did insanely well. Like, that boosted their success so much. Like, and also with Final Fantasy VII Remake, like, I'm not gonna say it didn't, like, that also affected it very greatly, like, and I love Final Fantasy VII Remake, so I'm not saying, like, it's a negative or anything, like, it was, like, I think the best-selling RPG since, like, Pokemon and stuff, so, and that had a lot to do, yeah, also Doom Eternal and Animal Crossing, yes, those were all ones, yeah, everyone was starving, production on games had just shut down for, like, a lot of stuff, and those were the games that happened to be at the end of their development cycle and got pushed out, so I think they all really heavily benefited from it. Spending my stimmy to spend time with Cloud Strife and Pedro Pascal. Yeah, there you go. Hell yeah, hell yeah. It was a fun time, it seemed like. But, yeah. I don't know. Oh. Wow. Oh, that's really cool that some people develop, like, a different game. That's very neat. Like, it's interesting to see that level of, like, commitment to stuff. Yeah, I saw Uzumaki episode 2. Mr. Ito's cursed for life? Yeah. I mean, honestly, not to be like a bummer, but I actually didn't really... I loved episode 1 and I thought it was the closest they could ever get to, like, Uzumaki or, like, Junji Ito's style. But I don't think actually they were doing amazing with the pacing. I'm not gonna spoil anything, don't worry. I think that, like, they just tried to include too many stories at once. It needed to be, like, a 12-episode series. They should adapt Hellstar Raymina. Hellstar Raymina would probably be the easiest one to adapt. That would be cool. That one has a crazy ending. That would be so neat, honestly. You already did? Wait, with Uzumaki? What did I spoil? That the second episode isn't bad, or? I can say this. Episode 1 I didn't think was, like, the worst thing ever. I wouldn't, like, criticize it for, like, being bad. It's just that episode 1 already was, like, trying to combine several storylines and never really let you, like, rest. Like, they're supposed to be taken individually, and, like, you're supposed to feel, like, this building of, like, terror. Like, the first episode is supposed to be very scary, and then the second one's even more so and more torturous, and then the third one's, like, very outlandish and, like, scary and crazy. But instead they all stuck them together, like, in one episode and, like, had them go on simultaneously. So it kind of felt a little bit too quick, and, like, it wasn't really building the tension in the same way that, like, the manga did. So I was already like, this looks very beautiful, but it's not for me. Like, it's very beautiful, and I'm very happy they did it, and it looks amazing, and people are gonna enjoy it, but they probably needed to make it 12 episodes. And then episode 2 was just terrible. Huh? Someone got cursed for life? Oh no, Junji Ito, the director. He just can't get a good adaptation. No, it wasn't about any character in it. You can watch it if you want to. Like, maybe they can do an adaptation of one of his one-shots, yeah. Done anthology style with different big anime directors or something. I think they tried doing an anthology style one and it also didn't really... It's a shame. They already introduced the gay snail guys in episode 2, right? They're moving too quick? Yeah, no, they did do an anthology series. It turned out not so great, Mint. I'm so sorry. It was all his short stories, and it would be cool if they had different cool directors, though. The Animatrix, but Junji Ito. I think the Animatrix was better than what they did, honestly. I'm sorry. I'm probably not gonna watch episode 2 onward, though. Yeah, exactly. The Animatrix rocks, yeah. The pacing of Uzumaki is so odd that they tried really hard to make an accurate adaptation and have to... Yeah, I think what probably would have been better is if they had 12 episodes and then they devoted, like, one chapter to, like, the first segment and then another chapter to the second segment and did that for the entirety of it. And they could cut out maybe some of the more crazy things in the end or, like, tighten them down a little bit if they ran out of time, because it does get a little bit weird near the end. But instead they kind of, like, tried to stuff as much as they could at once into one episode to like keep the plot moving and keep everything that they needed to cover in the space they had, which I don't know. I think even if like they had the 4 episodes, people would be heavily criticizing it for those reasons. I think they needed like 12 episode at least, like, because that's also one of his like longer works is the thing. Like I think it's like his second longest work, or like I think it's his second longest work. His stuff is usually like way shorter. They could have adapted like a bunch of other stuff, like Mint was saying, like Hellstar Raymina. The end has airbenders, so they gotta build up to that section. Uzumaki manga is so godlike in terms of utilizing page turns. It's obvious that the panel and placement is done intentionally. Yeah, that too. It's also just like a matter of like, I felt like they weren't really like able to like replicate that sense of like dread and like building up to stuff, like since they weren't using like all of the pages that they had at their disposal. Like instead it was like this story, this story, this story, and like they had to like smush them all together instead of like tension, 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 big reveal, tension, 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 worst reveal, like for each of their episodes. So instead it was like tension, reveal, tension, reveal, tension, reveal, tension, reveal, big reveal, tension, tension, reveal, big reveal, and like it kind of felt like a little too much for me. So yeah, you could probably make a whole movie out of the Amigara Fault if you add some characters and backstory. Oh yeah, that would be lovely too. So that would be wonderful. Most of them was shot one-shots, while this was an actual series. Oh yeah. Meanwhile, they could probably do Origami Fault better. Oh, interesting. I think they would be able to. I think that they should probably like never give up on adapting his work, but he is cursed. So also, hello Ashi, Asahino, how are you? I love that you just need a black screen in the back. So lovely. I'm gonna get better at this stuff though. I'm gonna get better. I'm gonna have some stuff behind me eventually. I should probably go and talk to someone. I was in the process of commissioning stuff, but then I got really, really, really focused on other stuff as I had to start figuring things out. But I want to eventually. Eventually, I'm gonna fix my microphone. I'm gonna fix everything. I'm not being sarcastic. It's cool. Thank you. I do appreciate that. That's very nice of you. I can put the chat on screen though and have like a cool thingy. Maybe like a will-o-wisp. Wait, I'm not. Wait. I have my doll. I have my little plush. Please check out the Grimmi plush if you'd like to. You can get one and she'll be a little necromancer on your shelf. You can put her next to Skelter if you'd like. Or you can just have her there hanging out. You can take her out to eat. Just, you know, like, be polite to her. Don't be weird. Be polite. Don't destroy her. I guess you can if you really want to. I can't stop you. Squidward alone background. No! It's been 4 hours. Whoops. Who's Skelter? They're this little kitty guy next to me. They're my little buddy. Yay! Vegan necromancer. I eat fish though. Does she also have diet things we should know about? I think don't feed her past midnight or she may come alive and murder you. That's how you should probably handle most dolls or like little creatures, so I love the peeking. I'm gonna fix it though. Anime horror movies just don't work for me. I need to play a game. Feeling of, ooh, impact adds a scare factor. That's very fair too. I think they are much scarier than what movies or like anime can produce. Because you can kind of numb out and disassociate with movies. But you can't really do that so much with the game. You're kind of forced to keep going and stuff. It's very cool. I will say this. Here, we'll wrap it up with Silent Hill 2. Then I should probably stop and start working on the other stuff I need to. But, I'll say this. Silent Hill 2 is really, really solid in a different way than the original. In the original, you always felt like you were very alone and scared, and that every room you go into could be something where something attacks you maybe, but you could always run out, but also you'd then be alone and scared. And then in the remake, you always feel like anything you run into could be a big threat that overpowers and kills you, and like a lot of the stress and tension comes from the enemies being so dangerous and being like a genuine threat every time you encounter them in combat. And I think that's very interesting. They're both very different in that regard. Oh, your internet went down. Oh my god, I'm so sorry, Fuzzy. I hope that you're in a good place and everyone's doing okay. I know that, actually, let's see here. When is the hurricane? I hope everyone's okay. Let's see. Oh, Thousands Fleet? Whoa, wait a second. When is it gonna, like, touch down, though? Oh, I guess Wednesday at 7 p.m.? Well, I hope everyone can get out if they're not feeling so hot there and everything could be okay. Windows already here for me? Oh, goodness. Well, I hope that you're okay. How close is the story? Oh, the story's almost exactly 100% as the original. The new endings are completely unobtrusive, and they're very similar to the originals. I think they expand upon the game a little bit and make the lore a little bit more obvious, but it's literally like just 1 or 2 sentences. It's not like anything that's gonna be extremely obtrusive. Silent Hill 2 is extremely good. It's very nice. I think overall it's like a 10 out of 10. Like, overall, it's an amazing game. It's a 10 out of 10. It's slightly different than Silent Hill 2, but they can both be enjoyed for the same reasons. I think the combat is just slightly more focused on in the remake, but it's not necessarily bad. It's very tense still. It's very tense. Any experience with written horror, like Lovecraft? Yeah, I do like quite a few, like, written horror stuff. Like, The King in Yellow, let's see. I think I read a few of, like, Poppy Z. Bright's novels. Those were very intense. Dracula was interesting, even if it was told from, like, the perspective of diaries. Not many people expect that. Things like that. I can probably go into it more in the future, too. Lovecraft is also very lovely, too. He's done a lot of really interesting stuff. If I was down in Tampa, I'd be out a while ago. That's good for you, too. Make sure that you're in a safe location if you're thinking about it. Hurricane knocked out my power and internet for 9 days, and it'll take a while for— oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. There's also the thing where, like, apparently they're predicting more hurricanes possibly after this one, so hopefully those aren't as intense. Because I know there was just another one, too, people are still recovering from, so that's— and they were predicting, like, 5 overall, I think? I'm not sure which one this one is, or some probably, like, also don't reach land, I imagine, so maybe it's not— don't get freaked out. Yeah, there was Helena, this one's Milton. I know that they're predicting a few more for this season based on, like, the air pressure and stuff, so hopefully it's okay, and hopefully those ones are just duds that don't really, you know, cause many issues. So there's going to be at least one with a very high chance of— oh, that's not good. So they're already predicting another one's going to be bad. The Waffle House is closed, that's why so many are fleeing. I'm not joking, the moment I heard they closed, I knew it was gonna be really bad. Yeah, I've heard Waffle House is, like, how people measure how bad stuff is gonna be. We got fires on the West Coast. Oh gosh. We have a lot of issues here, huh? Well, hopefully we can all eventually help everyone get to a safe place and be happy. So, that's good at least, hopefully. Waffle House is a good indicator, it's a delicious indicator. Now I want waffles. The Waffle House index is real, yeah. 1 hurricane for every live service game that Sony releases. I guess they are releasing a lot. I've heard they cancel a lot of them, though, so— oh, man. Welp. There's a very high chance there will be one more. Yeah, it's okay, though. Hopefully this one's the worst out of them. And then after that, it'll be okay. It's just massive. Yeah, that's the thing, too. Like, even if people— there's gonna be a lot of people that unfortunately don't probably get in a good place, like, no matter how, even if it, like, drops to, like, nothing in a few days somehow and hits, like, there's still gonna be people that are very damaged and hurt and, stuff, but it's gonna be probably hard to, like, go and help people after, too, is the biggest thing. So even if you survive the initial hurricane, if you're looking at, like, that much infrastructure damage, it's gonna be hard to go and help people that are trapped in those places, which they're probably also worried about, too, which is probably also why they're asking people to leave, because then they don't have to, like, think about going and rescuing people, and it's just a whole huge thing. Man. Oh well. Let's find someone to raid. It's been a nice long stream. We can go and hang out with someone. Let's see here really quick. There's quite a few people playing some stuff today. I'll probably— what's the word? I'll probably be back tomorrow. I think tomorrow's Wednesday, and I'll decide on a game beforehand so I don't just sit here talking the whole time. I deeply apologize for that, you guys, but I think we had some fun conversations. So, let's see here. Who would be someone fun to raid? What are they playing? What are they doing? We could raid— let's see. There's quite a few people playing Silent Hill 2 right now, actually. That's kind of nice. Let's see. I just got here. Oh, hello, Juniper. How are you? We could raid Juniper. Oh, you're not streaming if you're here. I hope you're doing well, though. I hope that you had a very nice day. Juniper plays a lot of horror games if you guys want to go check her out, and she's a very cool moth lady. I think I'm gonna raid Gusty. Let's raid Gusty. We raid Gusty a lot, but she's lovely, so you guys will enjoy her. She's playing Business Heroes. I don't know what this is. There we go. I hope that you guys all had a good time. I know that it was a very talky type of stream, so I apologize for that. But I'm very happy that we got to hang out and just talk for a bit. Tomorrow we'll play something. We'll probably try to figure something fun out. Not sure what we could do, though. I don't know. We'll figure something out. Does it count as going 2 hours before playing? If you end up not playing the game, I'm gonna find a game next time. I'm sorry, you guys. Thank you so much for coming by. We know what we signed up for. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I think I have a pretty interesting game in mind for tomorrow, though. Let's see. I think I do. There's something called Unsorted Horror that looks really good. Ooh, there's also Dead Rising. I know that Dead Rising came out. Ooh, Dead Rising looks kind of fun. Just saying. Just saying. But tomorrow we'll have a nice relaxing time. And we'll talk about some other stuff. Maybe we won't go quite as hard. Well, okay, Ghosty likes conspiracies, but we probably won't go quite as hard on discussing like industry stuff because I know that people have very strong opinions about it and I don't want to make them feel bad or make them feel hurt. So if you guys like games for any reasons or if you don't like games for any reason, I hope that like you can start to feel happier and healthier. And oh, we gotta go. Bye. Bye everyone. Bye everyone. Have a good night. Have a good night. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.